Bonjour à tous, on va donc commencer cette demi-journée d'études consacrée à l'histoire, ou plutôt aux histoires de l'art contemporain en Ukraine. Probably I will talk in English so that everybody can understand me, included of course our Ukrainian friends. So my name is Nicolas Lyuchi-Wutnikov, I'm a curator at Centre Pompidou and the head of the Kandinsky Library. This symposium day will be filmed and it will be available on the Centre Pompidou site in a very short term. So probably I need to give you the context of this symposium day. In 2017, when we were opening the exhibition dedicated to Soviet and Russian art in 2016, exhibition about the art of a country which is now aggressing Ukraine, we met two collectors from Ukraine who decided and offered us to put on a similar project for Ukraine in order to show that there is a singularity of art in Ukraine. And so we decided to start working about this thematic with different colleagues from Centre Pompidou, and we managed in the end to put on a very interesting and I think quite panoramic view on the contemporary art history in Ukraine. We made different trips in Ukraine, in Kiev, in Kharkiv, in Lviv, in Odessa between 2018 and 2020. We met different artists, collectors, gallerists, and we managed to select artworks that could join the national collection at Centre Pompidou. In the end, thanks to the generosity of various persons, collectors, once again artists and gallerists, we managed to gather 160 artworks from 13 artists, and in 2021 this ensemble, this set of works was presented to the Centre Pompidou Acquisition Commission and became part of the collection. It is in this frame that Centre Pompidou, appalled by what was happening in Ukraine and what is still, of course, happening in this moment when we speak this tremendous war in Ukraine, decided to organize this symposium day. And I want to thank in the first row for this day Oksana Barshinova, who is staying right now at Centre Pompidou as a fellow in the frame of the PAUSE program organized by the Ministry of Culture. I want, of course, to thank all the people who will talk right now for their availability. They will talk, some of them are here, some of them are online. Of course, we regret that those online could not come, but I want to thank them anyway to participate. I want to thank also, of course, the INHA team, and starting by his director, Eric Dechassé. And last but not least, I would love to thank, before giving the word to Oksana, all the persons who made this donation to Centre Pompidou possible: Boris Grinyov, Zenko Aftanassiv, Vadim Marachovsky, Sergei Lebedynsky, who is here with us in the room, the artists Yevgeny and Tatiana Pavlov, and the Ducat Auction House. I also want to thank people who worked with Centre Pompidou on this project: Anne Duruflé and Natasha Milavzora. I, of course, forget a lot of people that were involved in this project and in the organization of this symposium day. Thank everybody for being here, and Oksana, I give you... No, sorry, I don't give the word to Oksana. It's my mistake, but because I was reading my text, I give the word to you, Lesia Kulczynska, who is a PhD, a postdoctoral fellow at Biblioteca Hertziana Max Planck Institute of Art History in Rome. And Lesia will give us a talk about radically different society, Ukrainian art in the light of revolution, in the shadow of war. Thank you very much, Lesia, for being here.
Hello. Thank you very much for coming here. I really appreciate your interest to Ukrainian art, and I'm really honored to tell a little bit about it to you today. So the topic of my lecture sounds like, not lecture, but maybe presentation is a better word. A radically different society, Ukrainian art in the light of revolutions actually, because I will speak about both revolutions, Orange Revolution and Maidan Revolution, and in the shadow of war. And I want to make it clear that this story that I will tell you is only one among multiple stories that can be told about this period, because of course I cannot tell you everything that happened, so it will be my subjective view and my, maybe my subjective take on this period, and some things that seems to me really, some tendencies and some phenomena that seem to me really important. But of course, again, it's not a complete picture of what's happening, but just maybe one of these narratives that could be told. So first of all, I want to explain the title of my lecture, which is A Radically Different Society. This expression refers to one of my beloved artworks, namely the film, the documentary film by Ukrainian artist and filmmaker Alexei Radinsky, which is called Landslide. The film was released in 2016, and this documentary film tells the story of the community of artists, musicians, graffiti writers that emerged around the very peculiar place in the center of Kyiv, the place known as Khashchi, that's Ukrainian name for it, which could be translated as something like an urban thicket, so it's like an abandoned area in the center of Kyiv, surrounded by forest. And one of the protagonists of this, I wanted to show you some small piece of this film, but unfortunately I cannot play my link that I put here, so I will tell you by words about it. So one of the protagonists of this film, this is, you can see him on this picture, an artist and a musician and experimentator, Boris, says, "We are trying to build a society that will be radically different from everything that surrounds us. We don't ascribe to any traditions and to any conventions." So you can see this subtitles on this film still. And the main narrative of the film is actually about this. It's about building something. What they build, those people who hang out in this strange place, they build stairs that would connect the thickets to one of the main city squares in Kyiv, and also a stage which is reminiscent to an UFO object, which was an architectural object designed by Ukrainian artist and architect Dana Kosmina. Maybe you heard about her because she also was an architect of Piazza Ukrainien in the Venice Biennale this year. What we see in this film is actually an emergence of a new public space in the city, but this public space is created without any money, without any institutional or municipal support, only out of the common desire of the people to create it. And for me, this story in this film is a perfect metaphor for Ukrainian art in between the revolutions and war, which was an ongoing attempt to create something, some common space out of nothing, relying mostly on a collective effort and on solidarity. And it also perfectly conveys the feeling that the concepts and models that worked for the previous generations are not relevant anymore, and something new and radically different should be invented. What I think is distinctive feature of Ukrainian art of a given period is this desire to create not only the artworks, but the very social fabric in some radically different, or maybe somehow different way, without waiting for any support or without asking for any permission. And of course, this desire was very much inspired by the experience of the revolutions. And first of all, this first Orange Revolution that happened in 2004, as maybe you know. And this revolution was initially a protest against the fake elections. It was not the first time when the elections in Ukraine were faked. As you maybe know, in the Soviet Union, the very event of the election was like a big theatrical show with always and definitely predetermined result. So this experience of constantly faked democratic procedure created something like a bitter humility before the fact that politics is a corrupted game of those who have power, and it's not for the ordinary people to intervene this. And this mood of skepticism toward politics as something very distant and not reachable for people was a predominant mood in Ukrainian society for a long time. And in this context, the Orange Revolution was, for me, a huge step of these so-called ordinary citizens to the political stage against all those skepticism and pessimism that existed before. It was a time when the citizens entered the realm of political decision, and as far as this protest was actually successful, it was a big and inspiring revelation that it is actually possible for people to influence the political life of the country. What was also precious in the experience of Orange Revolution was the practices and relationships that emerged in the course of it. That was the practices of solidarity, mutual support, collective action, and last but not the least, the practical implementation of the right to the city and to its public spaces as a space that belongs to the citizens and that can operate as an arena of their political struggle. So the main conclusions that the young artists took from this revolutionary experience was that collective effort makes the real changes possible, and that the public space is there to be used by the citizens. And that was the beginning of the new chapter in Ukrainian contemporary art, marked with the emergence of the artistic groups and collectives, grassroots exhibitions, and art institutions based on collective volunteer efforts, engagement of artists with social and political issues, and the focus on the public space. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to tell you about all of these initiatives which are really like flourishing after the Orange Revolution, but I will focus mostly on the one group that emerged after the Orange Revolution, which is the rap group. Maybe some of you know about this artistic group. The title of it is an abbreviation of the three words in Ukrainian, which is revolutionary experimental space. In Ukrainian, it's революційний експериментальний простір, and these first three letters create this title rap group. The story of the emergence of the group seems to me very telling, so I will tell it to you briefly. So according to the legend, which, as I believe, close to the truth, in 2004, during the events of the Orange Revolution, a group of artists who were working on the creation of the street works, meant to somehow participate in the revolutionary process, went to the Center of Contemporary Art that existed at the National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy in order to borrow a ladder there that they needed for making these artworks. And they actually received not only this letter, but also an invitation from the then director of this institution, Jerzy Onuch, who invited them to use the center as a premise of their own workshop. Yulia Vaganova, who worked at that time as a Center of Contemporary Art, recalls that at that time the center, which began its activities with blockbuster exhibitions of Andy Warhol and Joseph Beuys, lost absolutely all funding and had to fund it independently. And the only thing that they had was actually this free room. And this free room became an experimental space where the director, Jerzy Onuch, invited young artists to stay, to work, and what is important that he invited everyone who was interested. So there was no selection or no selection or admission procedures. The space was open for everyone who wanted to work as an artist. What is interesting here is this paradox that this new artistic phenomenon emerged out of institutional crisis and the lack of funding, because I guess if they had the funding for the exhibition, they would barely invite those young artists there. But as far as they didn't have operational costs, they have this just free space that they wanted to to use, and these young artists used it really, and it gave the push for the emergence of really like very strong new wave in Ukrainian art. So during the initial stage of the open workshop, almost anyone could work there. The composition of the authors of the first exhibition, which eventually gave the name of the group. So the first exhibition of those group who worked there has this name of Revolutionary Experimental Space. Yes, was very diverse. And for some of the participants, this exhibition was the first and maybe even the last exhibition of contemporary art. Then in the group was about 20 participants, but gradually only 6 of them remain, which is Ksenia Gnilitska, Nikita Kadan, Жанна Kadyrova, Volodymyr Kuznetsov, and Lada Nakonechna, and Lesya Homenko. And they still remain the constellation of artists in this rep group, while many other artists who've been there at the beginning started their individual art practices. I think that this initial gesture of Yezhonov of abolishing existing hierarchies and criteria that had regulated the art field was very productive and really brought very powerful new energy to Ukrainian art. The rep group, besides of working there in this premise of a Center of Contemporary Art, arranged a lot of actions and performances in public space, and actually they became really like widely discussed due to these actions. And their first ongoing project, which consisted of different performances, had the umbrella title Intervention. And yes, it was a series of different performances in different public spaces. Due to their own revolutionary experience, they realized that they don't need the galleries and institutions to express themselves and to reach the audience. The street was a perfect stage that allowed them to address not to the audience of artistic events specifically, but to their co-citizens, which I think was a completely different mode of artistic activity. So they somehow went out to the street and changed the discussion from, shifted the discussion from specifically some artistic issues to the more general conversation with the society about the issues that touched the different layers of it. So here I want to show you some pictures. Here is this open laboratory at the Center of Contemporary Art where different artists were working. And here is already one of the actions by rep group, which was called We Will Rep You. They did it on November 7 at the anniversary of the October Revolution. They did it along with the demonstrations of the Communist Party of Ukraine and a rally of nationalist organizations. So with these quotes from Beuys and Warhol and some other slogans created by themselves, they infiltrated in the columns of other demonstrators and breaking into the first ranks led the march, transforming this political demonstration into something completely different. Here is another action which is called the Party of Rep, and here you see one of these components that they used widely in their different actions, which is a fabric tent, which mimics the fabric tents that was used widely in a political propaganda campaign by other parties at the political field of Ukraine. Here on the background you can see the tents of the party by that time President Yushchenko, which was, I don't remember the name of this party. Never mind. So yeah, so they mimicked this visual language of the political campaigns, but sometimes they used this tent for the propaganda of the party. Sometimes they turned it into the gallery, or to the trade stand, or the party propaganda station. So this section was done in 2006 during the election campaign. The campaign tent of the Rep party was placed in the Independence Square, the central square of the city, to spread, and they spread their party program. Part of which was the introduction of modern art into the space of social communications, which they actually done with this section already. The next action that I want to share you, which is called the Rep Gallery. Again, you see the same tent, but which functions differently. It was in the same year they set up their tent near the National Art Museum, but already in this case it was Rep Gallery. The intervention took place on the day of the official opening of the Nico Piramanishvili exhibition. This exhibition was quite well advertised, and there was a lot of visitors, so they just joined somehow this event and successfully took over part of the public and media attention assigned to the museum exhibition, and somehow used this other exhibition event to attract attention to their own small exhibition in their small Rep Gallery. In the same year, 2006, the artist started another long-term project which is called Mediators, which was a series of performances in the cities of Eastern Europe. And during such performances, traditional masters of the oral genre, like Ukrainian lyre player or Armenian ashuga, Kazakh akin, in their characteristic manner told the history of contemporary art to passers-by. They choose the cities of Eastern Europe because for Eastern Europe the contemporary art was something new and not always comprehensible, so they used this very traditional format to make people acquainted with something very new and strange to them. And for me, this performance shows perfectly the strategy of the group. Without relying on any external structures, they produced an artistic gesture and at the same time a context needed for it to be comprehended. So they do a performance which is at the same time an explanation of what performance is to the audience which is unprepared. So they simultaneously produce a performance and its audience. Relying on such practices of self-organization and I would say self-help, the group step by step expanded its initial practices and started functioning as a grassroots arts institution. Beyond their own artistic actions and workshops, they started arranging exhibitions and events with other participants, building new artistic networks and structures of collaboration. For example, in 2008, they placed already not a tent, but a container near one of the central metro stations in Kiev, where the exhibition Common Space took place. Along with the documentation of the interventions of various artists and artistic groups in the city space, utopian projects of the transformation of this space were presented in this exhibition space. But these exhibitions also continued on the light boxes in the subway. Yet this show didn't last long, as the communal services dismantled the container the very next day after its opening. Official explanation of such a reaction was given by deputy chairman of the Pechersk district council, which was that we received numerous complaints from the area's community regarding pornography. That offended people's religious feelings, so that's why they removed this exhibition. I don't know whether this explanation corresponds to the reality or there were some other reasons behind the dismantling of the show, but here we face another important topic in Ukrainian contemporary art of the period. As soon as artists embraced the revolutionary enthusiasm of turning public space into the locus of social and artistic experimentation, reflections and discussions, they entered the zone of social and political antagonisms of the society, discovering that the common space is also a contested space, structured with power relations where struggle over dominance take place, actually. In between Orange Revolution and Maidan Revolution, the whole range of art exhibitions and specific artworks were banned or censored, where one of artists, Alexander Volodarsky, was even put to jail for his performance in front of the State Council of Ukraine. All of those cases of censorship or clashes with art had one thing in common. They took place when art dared to go beyond its autonomous zone protected by the independent art institutions and tried to intervene different areas of political and cultural life, entering either the urban public spaces or the spaces of different state-controlled institutions. In most cases, the acts of censorship resulted from voluntaristic decisions made by definite officials empowered to control the situation in specific areas. In all except one cases, the censored artistic events were self-organized and touched social or political issues. This one exception was a specific work by Volodymyr Kuznetsov, one exception of self-organized exhibitions, I mean. This was not an exhibition, but specific artwork by an artist, Volodymyr Kuznetsov, who also was part of the rap group at the beginning, which he did as the contribution to the Porsche patriotic exhibition named Grand and Great, organized by the state art institution Art Arsenal, and which aimed to be, this work aimed to be an institutional critique, actually. The work was called The Last Judgment, and it depicted corrupted politicians and priests burning in hell as the last judgment made by revolt people. He refers here to some events that took place in society, so somehow these narratives from this artwork was recognizable by people. So the curator of the show and the head of the institution, that time head of the institution Natalia Zabolotna, covered the artwork with a black paint just before the opening. She explained her decision to destroy the artwork, claiming that everything that is said against the fatherland she considers immoral. But what she did not mention in her argument is that the former president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, who was infamously overthrown during Maidan events, and who is now officially recognized as a criminal, was expected to visit the opening of the show. And covering, that's my hypothesis, that covering the work by Volodymyr Kuznetsov, she seemingly tried to protect Yanukovych and his accomplices in power from witnessing their upcoming inevitable future. I claim that all those clashes over art were a continuation of the Orange Revolution and the harbingers of the Maidan, as the main line of confrontation was between authoritarian power structures and emerging civil societies that started to claim its right to the country. The demolition of Volodymyr Kuznetsov's work that happened just a few months before the Maidan was a vain attempt to imitate the control over a situation that was already shaking. The next and the last attempt to imitate the control over indignant society happened when the students' protest that peacefully expressed dissatisfaction with the state politics was violently demolished by the police in accordance with the Yanukovych order. The act of the ruthless violence of the ruling regime towards the peaceful citizens destroyed the last appearances of its legitimacy, bringing up the Maidan revolution. As you know, immediately after the Maidan, an overthrow of the pro-Russian corrupted President Yanukovych and his government, Russia annexed Crimea and started an invasion in the east of Ukraine, trying to keep its influence in Ukraine with the brutal force. The art that emerged after Maidan thus is much less optimistic and ambitious than the art after Orange Revolution. The Raft Crimea, which is a performance by artist Maria Kulikovska, is one of those works that became for me a symbol of a post-Maidan mood. After losing her home in Crimea, Maria created her own personal Crimea at the Rubber Life Raft. The raft first appeared at the Dnipro River in Kiev, docked near the boardwalk in the center of the city. Maria lived there for 3 days without water and food, relying only on support of her co-citizens that took care of her. After the third day of the raft, with Maria on board, this raft started moving down the river to reach it and cross the border with the European Union, the border onto the Danube River that I personally crossed while escaping the war this year. At the border, she was stopped by the State Border Guard Service, interrogated, but released very soon. So similarly to the actions of the rap group, Maria still in this action relies on the public space in her attempts to influence some social processes, initiating discussions on the situation of the displaced people, because when this raft stayed in Kiev, it became kind of like a meeting space for all those people who met the same problems as her, the people who were internally displaced. So many people came to her, brought food, talked to her, and they discussed many like legislative issues concerning the status and like very practical things concerning the status and problems of the internally displaced people. So somehow it was also a communication event, but at the same time, this performance seems to me much more personal and melancholic than the actions of the rap group, and is very much induced with the feeling of loneliness, longing for care and support, and the desire to drift away from the disaster in the search for some illusory better place. And I think that this feeling of loneliness is very much conveyed by this picture of the raft which is drifting down the river, where Maria is like a lonely, lonely citizen of the lost island. This strange mix of the feelings of loneliness and abandonment and still attempts to create some tiny independent space of alternative reality is probably the main overtone in Ukrainian art since the beginning of war. And here, for the end, I want to tell you about some very different but somehow similar performances, which is ongoing performance by the former member of the rap group Boris Khashapov, which is called Painting on Nails, which was initiated in 2019. And this performance signals for me the further transformations of the initial revolutionary impulse that I started with. On the first sight, he totally drifts away from the political ambitions of the revolutionary inspired art of the rap group. But what he keeps is its independence and desire to establish direct, unmediated by any institutions, relationships with his interlocutors. Completely abandoning the attempts to struggle over the public space, the artist here still manages to smuggle his art there almost invisibly. He does his paintings not on the canvas that should be then exhibited somewhere, but directly on the nails of his viewers, turning them into live nomadic art institutions that tour the exhibition wherever they go and discussing it with the friends or random interlocutors. His practice is very modest, in fact. The performance takes the form not of political action, as in case of rap, but in the form of the face-to-face service. The artworks produced are of tiny scale, vanishing quickly, not bringing any profit and not claiming for bringing any significant changes into the world, except of these spontaneous meetings and conversations. Yet, what is created with this performance is a tiny, nail-scale, common ground. The very situation of painting on someone's nails creates a precious possibility of being together with a stranger, taking a chance of experiencing the fleeting moment of mutual trust. This longing for being together and need to trust the stranger is something that is left painfully unsatisfied after the collective body of Maidan dissolved. And for me, this performance is all about the need to fulfill this lack of the lost social sympathy and ties, but without resorting to any grand narratives or ideological projects. And here I would like to go back to the words by another Boris who I claimed, from whom I started my lecture, who claimed that he, together with his companions, are building a society that will be radically different. His statement probably sounded weird. Yet, during the full-scale war, one thing became especially palpable. In the midst of the collapse, those tiny unruled interactions of mutual trust and care are the most solid building material for the society that maybe one day will become radically different. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lesia. I give a precision to everybody that we will take the answers at the end of this day. And now I give the word to Oksana Barshinova, who is the Deputy Director of the National Art Museum of Ukraine in Kiev, and who is, as I said before, let's say in residence at Centre Pompidou and Musée d'Orsay, thanks to the POST program of the French Ministry of Culture. Thank you, Oksana.
Thank you. Bonjour. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Thanks a lot to Centre Pompidou and Institute of History of Art for this possibility to speak about Ukrainian art, about history of Ukrainian contemporary art, I'll tell about fundamentals of any histories, and especially art history, Ukrainian art history, of course. And my topic is timeline or chronology of Ukrainian art history, Ukrainian history of contemporary art, and the matter of Ukrainian contemporary art periodization has lately been in the spotlight of researchers' attention. The period of independence of Ukraine is the most clearly defined. The question causing most debate is the starting point. 50s and 60s, which are considered pivotal in the history of contemporary art in the world, require some commentary concerning the Ukrainian situation, taking into account the specific context of its development in the Soviet times. First, embryos of contemporary art are appearing within this time frame. They are often meekly expressed with the modernist tradition, revival being the dominant one. Therefore, researchers would often refer to 70s as the starting point of contemporary art, when it is already possible to clearly determine the presence of conceptualist tendencies and appearance of alternative to the modernist practices. In my presentation, I begin the periodization from 50s and 60s, arguing for such an approach with first separate cases of proto-conceptual practices. Such a case be observed in the work of Oleg Sokolov from Odessa or Vaghrich Bakhchanyan from Kharkiv, who managed to use non-pictorial ways to create an artistic image. I am also relying in the joint research of National Art Museum and Contemporary Art Museum team, published in 2019, where 50s are proven to be start of contemporary art period. The Soviet system of art existed in Ukraine until the start of the 90s. The state was the main and sole commissioner and buyer of artistic products. Union of Artists, Soviet Union, or Union of Soviet Artists, was a network of exhibition halls and artistic manufacture plants, only institution which could provide the artist with mediation to function professionally, meaning to exhibit works, rent workshops, receive all kinds of professional orders. A strong dependency of artistic life from political and social change determines the peculiarities of functioning of Ukrainian contemporary art and the logic of division into periods. Another characteristic is polycentrism, presence of the several powerful artistic centers like Lviv, Kharkiv, Odessa, Uzhgorod, Kiev. The appearance and development are caused not only by belonging to various state formation in the Ukrainian territory before World Wars First and Second, but also the absence of one's own Academy of Arts in Ukraine, before 1910s. At the start of World War II, Галичина and Bukovina were joined to USSR by force in 1939 and Zakarpattia after World War. In 1954, Moscow initiated event to festively celebrate 300 years since the signing the Pereyaslav Agreement. This was originally a military aid treaty agreement, but the date entered Soviet historiography as the anniversary of Ukraine and Russia reuniting, thus strengthening the perception of the historical connection and brotherhood between the two nations. Its main political consequence was the inclusion of Crimean region into Ukrainian SSR. This decision, presented by the Soviet propaganda as an act of brotherly friendship, was caused with the need to rebuild the economy of Crimea, which was in ruins after Second World War and the deportation of Crimean Tatars in 1944. And when we can speak about first period, it's about period second half of the 50s and 68. We should pay attention that this period started after or during time of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party and the enthronement of Stalin's cult by Khrushchev. And USSR this time demonstrates utmost cultural openness and rapprochement with the West. The pivot marks the Youth and Student World Festival held in 1957 in Moscow, where abstractionism was exhibited for the first time, as well as other major exhibition which uncovered the newest art to the West, to the Soviet viewer. Contemporary art practices start appearing in underground, first circles of which were formed even in Stalin's time in Lviv in Uzhgorod on the west of Ukraine. Artists within the circle of like-minded people within the conditions of full isolation from a world process, not having a wide audience, press, and so on, started to restore ties with early 20th century modernism while trying to penetrate the information blockade of the Iron Curtain. First important public artistic events took place in 60s in Ukraine. A one-day exhibition under arcs took place in 65 in Kharkiv with participation of such legendary artists and poets, writers, like Vagrish Bakhchenyan and Edik Limonov. Another legendary fans exhibition, Sychik plus Khrushchik, Sychov and Khrush, Odessa underground modernism-orientated artists, took place in Odessa. Intervention of USSR into Czech Socialist Republic to suffocate Prague Spring in '68 signified the symbolical end of political relief and start the political repression directed mainly at just recently formed movement of Ukrainian dissidents. 68 saw the appearance of the document known as a letter protest from 139 people, or Kiev letter, another name, signed by most prominent artists, cultural figures, and scientists of Ukraine. And there is two parties' leadership with the demand to cease the practice of illegal political court trials. For instance, first name in which letter was name of Sergei Parajanov, a very famous director in Ukraine and Soviet Union in general, I think. The new period opens with mass arrests of Ukrainian intellectuals. 70s demonstrate new forms of opposition, among which the dissident movement became most important. Ukrainian Helsinki group was founded in 76 in Kyiv, which acted as a component of the network of similar organizations in USSR. From then, an official art exists in underground only. At the same time, it is a fruitful period when artists creative something like individual mythologists, which are presented to a narrow circle of like-minded people, and the intensity of unofficial artistic life is measured with exhibitions held at private apartment. Photography starts developing in Kharkiv throughout late 60s and early 70s. And of course, we know very well about this phenomena, and Sergei will tell about this phenomena today. Newest tendencies in Kyiv are seen in the circle of monumentalist artists. Starting in '69, Valery Lamak starts working on his grandiose theory of interconnection in art of all countries and times, titled Book of Schemes. While Fedor Tetianich worked in different forms throughout 70s with the issue of human coexistence with the environment, with the conditions of scientific and technical progress, with the growing ecological problems. A separate phenomenon developed at the boundary of 70s and 80s between Kyiv and Moscow was the art of hyperrealism. This phenomenon within Kyiv is connected to Sergei Geta, Sergei Bazilev, and Sergei Sherstyuk. Each received the title Kyiv train station artists because the artists did work in Moscow but always kept coming back to Kyiv. In 80s, Odessa sees a new generation of artists which in their practice built in literary tradition rather than painting legacy. Their art practice included events, performances, installations, graphic sketches with ironic texts. This circle of artists entered the history of art as Odessa conceptualism. Even thought they declared their separation from the elder underground generation of modernist artists, like Hrush or Sychov, the participants of fans exhibition in 60s. From of modernists, they continued to the tradition of apartment exhibition also. For example, the apartment exhibition event Relatives took place there under curatorship by Leonid Vaitsechov, one of the prominent conceptualists. And third period, it's a period which covered time from late 80s till 2000s or third. The art of this era era of independence, falls into two periods, 87 till 2000 or thought, and 2004 to the present, according to researchers, to our researchers, of course. Ukrainian Declaration of Independence almost coincide temporarily with the beginning of the new stage in the development of Ukrainian contemporary art, during which the latter broke free from dictators of state and ideological oppression. The artists whose body of work defined the main directions in the art of the first years of independence had emerged on the art scene a few years before 91st. This is year of established of Ukrainian state. The change was catalyzed by all changes in cultural and political life, was catalyzed by the Chernobyl disaster, perestroika, the dissolution of the USSR, and the establishment, finally, of Ukrainian state. At the start of the 90s, Ukraine already had initial embryos of alternative to the state art infrastructure. Galleries, private collections, quotes, independent publications, and art critic. At the same time, contemporary art continued to use those spaces which were inherited from the Soviet infrastructure, of Union of the Soviet artists, including museums, exhibition halls, houses belonging to art union, and media. Period from 85 till 2000 or thought can be separated into two stages. The first one is the short flourish of the Ukrainian New Wave, which formed from 87 till 89 and symbolically ended with the passing of the brightest representative of Ukrainian New Wave, Oleg Glossy. This first period ended with the opening of George Soros Contemporary Art Center in Kyiv in 1993, which at the same time was the beginning of the second period, the time of Ukrainian art breaking through into Western media technologies. From then on, curatorship projects of Ukrainian artists alternated with the less educational exhibitions of the cutting-edge artists from the West. This period is also marked by invisibility of contemporary art to the state and state policy, as if existed in the parallel without any attention from the museums, professional education, and official presentation of Ukrainian culture abroad. Toward the end of period, the first, it's about 90s, and toward the end of the period, the first attempt to conceptualize the development of Ukrainian contemporary art appeared, mostly in exhibition projects and catalogs, not yet in scholarly studies. As the government fostered integration into the international community through, for example, participants in the Venice Biennial, special institutions emerged, such as Modern Art Research Institute in Kyiv, and some state museums began to exhibit the new art forms. However, contemporary art was yet to become prominent in society. 2003 seems more significant events happening. The exhibition First Collection by Victor Pinchuk Foundation, which presented the history of Ukrainian contemporary art from 70s till the present, and the large Oleg Golesy retrospective at National Art Museum of Ukraine. And fourth period covers time from 2004 till nowadays, and include two stages also. The first is 2004 and 2013, and from starting of war from 2014 to nowadays. The period was ushered in by Orange Revolution and was marked by the emergence of artists who developed a line of critical art and focused on the public space activities. This period has been characterized by a high degree of artist self-organization and an aspiration to engage the widest audience possible, to which artists have employed a variety of platforms and strategies, including controversy and provocation. On the back of two Maidans and the war in Ukraine, Ukrainian contemporary art has grown closer to social and political activism, addressing issues of concern for the public at large. The state of disunion of Ukrainian society, the inconvenient history of Soviet Ukraine, the painful past, contemporary attitudes toward the Soviet past, and the question of national identity. State museums are opening their doors to contemporary artists, and the idea of state museum dedicated to contemporary art initiatives is gaining traction. It is a period of hectic archiving, information collection, and the first attempts at processing it. Despite the conservative vocational training model that still dominates in the art, management staff shortage and a lack of scholarly introspection, the social significance of contemporary art is rising. Rep and Soska, key collectives of Ukrainian artists of this period. And I think Lesia describes them well, their practices well, and I can skip this moment. The war what erupted in the east of Ukraine in 2014 introduced new themes and intonations into Ukrainian art. The new experience was connected to loss, displacement, and psychological trauma from the war. What were considered personal and usually private started to gain visibility and importance. Female voices became especially audible. First of all, this refers to the works of Alevtina Kahidze, for instance, or Vlada Ralko. The situation of everyone being touched by the tragedy of war and the nationwide state of waiting for the end of hostilities, for the loved ones to return from the front lines, or for one's own return to their own homes they were forced to flee, were conveyed in open groups performance synonym for wait, presented in at the Venice Biennial. On the background of this photo, you can see the work by Nikita Kadan. Also, he collected this work from different pieces from Donbass region. It's his installation at the Venice Biennial. The situation, the emergence of open group which studied interaction and communication and recruited members as needed marks the arrival of the younger generation that took shape in 2014 and maybe 2 years before this time into contemporary art. What this artists cared about was not the socially critical problematic and self-organization, but rather the attention to personal experience and to the subject of sufficiency of art pieces in the age of social media and post-truth politics. Yeah, it's my last picture of current, of course, on current situation. And now, again, we female voice is very loud, but to sum up, I can say during the all periods under discussion, Ukrainian artists remained on the front line of this of all changes, political, cultural, and social, responding to the all political, economic, and other challenges that their country was going through. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Oksana. Nous donnons maintenant la parole à Elisaveta German. Sorry, I was supposed to talk in English. Who is a PhD, independent researcher, a curator based in Kiev and in Vienna.
Yep. The Ukrainian 60s is a meeting point. The core centers of underground art practices of the 60s and 80s would be something I would like to tell you about today. And like in my short presentation, because of course the 60s, as any other period, deserves much more extended presentation, but I will try to be short. I will argue that the 60s, actually, the 60s, meaning the extended 60s, not just the 1961 to 1968, but like rather its extended version, are the core period in Ukrainian contemporary art, the core period of post-war Ukrainian art, where actually lots of important movements and ideas and concepts, and also the concept of self-identity of Ukrainian art was born. And I hope that you can also trace some aspects of it, some kind of influences of it, while listening to the speeches by my colleagues, who will tell about it also next chapters of Ukrainian history. So why meeting points? I argue that the 60s was actually the moment when the Ukrainian psychogeographical map of art map became the way we understand it today. That means that actually Ukraine has gained its contemporary borders. Here we see that the map, the sort of artistic map, the work by Alla Horska, map of Ukraine, where she actually put all the main, not all the, but some of the important artistic centers of that period, Kiev, Odessa, Lviv, symbolized by different figures, different elements. And this was actually very important, that the artist who was based in Kiev, and Alla Horska was based in Kiev, she actually declared with this artwork that the whole country, the whole state was unified in her own eyes. This is also like double important if you think that actually the 60s was the first full decade when Ukraine existed in its complete state borders, the state borders which are actually legal state borders right now. Of course, it is now being under the threat because of the Russian invasion. But from the international legal point of view, of course, it is precisely the 60s where the Ukraine has become the way we know it in terms of geography, in terms of the state borders. So basically, in the beginning of World War II, the western part of Ukraine, Halichina, was added to Ukraine, not added, but kind of has become again a part of the one united Ukraine. Then the Transcarpathia and Bukovina, and then of course Crimea in 1954. So if 40s and 50s were the period of this kind of transitions and establishment of state borders, the 60s was the moment when the country identified itself as a one whole, as one unified entity. And of course, the artists were someone who reacted on it. But we also have to understand that the artists who were, for example, born or had their artistic education in Lviv, in the western part of Ukraine, or in Uzhgorod, or in the south in Odessa, were brought up under different historical conditions. Because, for example, someone like Margit Reich, one of the who would be later known as Margit Selska, the artist and the wife of the also very important, very famous Lviv artist Roman Selsky, was the part of the Paris artistic community, and he was a good friend of Fernand Léger and all the others. So she was completely brought up like outside of the Soviet Union, and her same was her husband Roman Selsky, who was before World War II belonged to a completely different artistic community, to a completely different artistic mentality. But also we have to say that precisely the 60s has become the point where the artists from different parts of Ukraine started to discover previously undiscovered parts. And for example, artists from Ukraine, artists from Kiev would often travel to Transcarpathia or to Carpathian Mountains to discover the local culture, to discover the genuine folk culture, and would look at that as not just something exotic and something like on the other, something which they would identify as the other. No, the contrary, they would look at it, I argue here, it's something genuine but undiscovered. It's something that always belonged to Ukrainian culture, but they were not, for example, aware of it. I'm sorry, I have a small baby, so sometimes you might hear him, actually. I'm very sorry. Yeah, so for example, the artist from Kiev artistic community, that belonged to a club, so-called club of creative youth called Suchasnik. They put this topic of discovering Ukraine, this mission to discover Ukraine outside of their own hometown Kiev as their mission, and they invited historians, they invited ethnographists who would make certain guided tours around Ukraine. They would travel to Chernecha mountain, for example, when Taras Shevchenko was buried. They would travel to other parts of Ukraine to discover it. So I would say that the 60s was actually the moment when Ukraine was not just became the way it is now in its state borders, but when it was also discovered artistically, when it has become mentally and psychologically one unseparated unity, which is very important also for the self-identity of the artist in all this part of on those regions. But also it was not just the West, not just the western part of Ukraine where artists traveled, but also the East. And for example, the Hala Horska, who I already mentioned, who made this Ukrainian map, she was traveling quite often to the east, to the coal miners region of Donbass. And this was not just her, let's say, voluntarily organized trips. These trips were part of the state commissions, because again, in the 50s and in the 60s, the normal Soviet practice was that the artist received commissions, state-funded commissions, or commissions from the big factories or from big city councils who had their own budgets, and they would invite artists from Kiev, for example, like some kind of stars or rising stars like Horska, because in the 50s she was still a rising star, to come and to create a series of paintings, as in the case of Horska, or monumental art, the one like we see like we see here, and thus to kind of enrich the local culture. And this piece was created, for example, specifically for the one of the big industrial centers of Ukraine in Kryvyi Rih, Dnipropetrovsk, for the coal mining production factory. And here we see actually a very interesting combination of folk motifs, which Horska was very interested about. You can see it through the colors, you can see it through the patterns he was using, but then we also see two very specific elements here, which doesn't belong to folk culture. Of course, we see the symbol of the coal in the very middle, this like black entity, black mass, and then we see, of course, the rocket with the USSR letters in the upper left corner, which. So it's like, for me, it's a very curious, very 60s combination of this like folk culture research, but also with this very Soviet, very contemporary elements. But I also argue that this is how also, this was also the compromise that Horska has to take to be able to present also her interest in folk culture and state commissioned pieces. So it was both traveling westwards, it was both travel and eastwards. So again, this was the moment when artists actually traveled and met one another. Also, one very important figure who also contributed a lot to rediscovering of some of the under-researched previously parts of the Ukrainian culture was a famous Armenian Ukrainian director, Sergei Parajanov, who was shooting his film The Shadow of Forgotten Ancestors, based on Ukrainian novel of Mikhailo Kotybinsky from the 19th century, one of the most internationally acclaimed Ukrainian produced films. He completed it in 1967, but then during the whole 60s he was researching it, and here we also see him next to the very important, very important and very genuine, very specific in a good way Uzhgorod artist Ferenc, known as Öcsi Szeman. This is a Hungarian name, which is very typical for the Uzhgorod artistic community to have this Hungarian roots, Hungarian origin. So yeah, here we can see how Parajanov also kind of made himself acquainted with the local culture, also having local artists as his guides, his fixers, as we could perhaps call it today. And perhaps there is a certain, so Parajanov was not the first one who traveled to Carpathian Mountains to discover it. Actually, he himself was guided by the artist Georgy Yakutovich, Kiev-based graphic and one of the future pillar artists, anchor artists of Ukrainian graphic arts, the academician and the artist who was like one of the most important. He was the one who brought Parajanov to Carpathian Mountains, who introduced him to this culture, and then the film of Parajanov actually immortalized also this culture, which was completely unknown, for example, to most of the Kiev artistic community. But also Parajanov did it in a very artistic way, because a part of the research, a part of some let's say documentary observations, a part of bringing like the true costumes, the true rituals, the music into his film. He also invented his own Trans-Carpathian rituals. For example, this is one of the most famous and visually appealing, visually interesting scenes of his film, the scene of the marriage of the protagonist, Ivan, with his wife Polagna. And this ritual, this marriage ritual shows how they wife, like newly baked husband and wife. They are kind of linked to one another, trapped basically with this specific tool. In reality, such ritual doesn't exist. There is nothing like that in the Gutsul culture. It was a pure invention of Parjanov. Which is also interesting how the local culture is being interpreted, like the next moment it was actually discovered, interpreted in his own way, and in a way enriched, because now many people all around the world, I actually know about Hutzul culture from Sergei Parajanov optics in a way. And these are also works by Georgi Yakutovich, who actually introduced Parajanov to Carpatsia, and Yakutovich himself left a good deal of artistic works which depict with more or less documentary precision again different rituals which were common for this culture. For example, the certain male-only rituals like this Arkan dance or night at Polonina. And Polonina is the place high in the mountains where men, shepherds, actually spend several months in a row without going downhill, spend there to guide their ships basically, and just every season they go there and they spend a good time there. And this is a very specific ritual which is common for this particular part of Ukraine. So through art, through more popular culture as Parajanov film, different parts of Ukrainian genuine folk or undiscovered pages of history or art history were discovered and were introduced to the broader public. But also here we should also pay like a focus, pay a little bit of attention of how these local scenes were actually not just to similarities but also to differences, because each and every big center, big cultural center of Ukraine had its own traditions. Perhaps the most liberated, the most I would allow myself to say relaxed art scene was Odessa. Of course, many of the unofficial artists of Odessa art scene were under surveillance, but it never was an obstacle for them to still try to show their art outside of their studios. For example, it was Odessa where one of the rare examples of the public exhibition of unofficial, of not permitted art was happening. This is the famous fence exhibition in Odessa, right next to the opera theater, in the very center of Odessa. The opera theater was under reconstruction. It was surrounded by a fence, and artists Sychov and Hrush, they actually made it as simple as that. They put their paintings, their works just right on this fence, and this exhibition lasted for several hours, but still it was quite well visited, and we even have one documentary photography. You cannot imagine something like this happening, for example, in Kiev, because Kiev was much more strictly surveilled, much more strictly controlled, and artists would in Kiev would prefer just to stick to their own closed communities, something which Kiev art historian Boris Lobanovsky called Kiev Anachorets, or Kiev monks, basically. It was a community of monks, of people who would just stay in the small circles and reveal their unofficial practice only to a very narrow, very limited circle of like-minded people. But Odessa was a little bit more liberated and allowed certain liberties in the way they presented their art. Also, the phenomena of apartment exhibitions used to be only in Odessa, where artists would gather in a small apartments, mostly of their sympathetic colleagues or friends, like doctors, local doctors, journalists would host it in their small apartments, and they would be the first collectors actually to buy this art. And because the apartments were so small and the space to exhibit the works were so limited, the artists had nothing left to create pieces of smaller size for the sake of be able to make them actually public. Another public exhibition, like half public exhibition, also sort of fence exhibition or wall exhibition, happened in Kharkiv, but it was like also more not just exhibition, but rather as a, I don't know, street art action, perhaps. But again, it was more or less one of its kind. And coming back to Kiev, and here I would perhaps pass the words to my colleague Olga Balashova. As I said, Kiev was the most regulated, the most controlled out of all the Ukrainian cities. But it was 60s which again introduced the artistic and more broader cultural community to a certain controlled liberties, and displaced this area for controlled liberties was a so-called club for creative use called Suchasnik. Suchasnik in Ukrainian means contemporary person, someone who lives in the same time with you. And this club was supposed to be, again, the one which unites people from different cultural disciplines, which unites visual arts, theater, literature, the place where like poetry readings would happen along with exhibitions, along with some theater staging. So it was a multidisciplinary place, as we would call it now. And as I mentioned before, this was the place, I can just bring us back to this slide. This was the place which initiated this guided tours all around Ukraine, who kind of encouraged the artists to get their country and the history of their country better and more profound. But in a way, this interest in the profound Ukrainian culture went out of control, of the state control, very quickly, because the founders and the most active members of the club of creative use, namely Alla Horska and Les Stanyuk, its president, and Vasil Simonenko, the poet, they started to dig deeper into the history. And for example, they discovered some undisclosed and previously undisclosed crimes by NKVD, the organization which was before the KGB, the cases of mass executions of Ukrainian people, and they found some mass gravings near Kiev, and they wanted to make it public. They wanted to make public this dark history of this dark side of Ukrainian history and the crimes that the Soviet government committed towards it. And of course, when they dug that deep of the history, the punishment went quite quickly. So the Club of Creative Use was established in 60s, but then in just several years it was already closed, because again they went there far. So it only proved that this interest in local culture, this interest into research of Ukrainian culture was quite artificial, and again the artists had nothing to do rather than just either following the state-controlled commissions and state-controlled topics and subjects of their art, or they would go inside of their own communities and stay secretly, just doing what they had to do. But then, like Alla Horska had the biggest price to pay. She was basically killed in 1970 after being also excluded from the artists' union. He was one of the few Ukrainian artists who literally gave her life for her beliefs and for her research, for her attempts to publish, to disclose these dark pages of the history and to explore Ukraine till the very bottom, actually. So she was a sort of the martyr of her generation, and because her death happened she was killed precisely in 1970. This year can also be like a sort of like an ending point of the 60s. But again, to summarize and to pass the word to Oля Balashova, who would tell more about precisely the Kiev scene as a melting pot, as a meeting point also of many artists who were traveling to Kiev to study or to exhibit here. yeah, I would say that this limited liberties that were introduced by so-called Khrushchev thaw, or ottepel, as we call it, of course, they were not enough to let artists really extend their practice to the way they really wanted it to do. But even this small chance, even this just semi-opened window, let the fresh air of freedom flew into Ukrainian art community. And since it all started, there was no turning point. There was no way back. And that's why the 60s, with this, even with these limited freedoms, it really gave a chance for Ukrainian art scene to blossom, for Ukrainian art scene to rediscover its self-identity, and for Ukrainian art scene and artists really start their own artistic path, a part of the big brother of the USSR, Moscow-controlled art system. That's why I argue, and I prefer to call the 60s as actually the beginning, the historical beginning of the contemporary art in Ukraine. Thank you very much. I pass the word to Oля Balashova. I hope she can extend and add many important points, which I only kind of outlined here. And in case there are any questions, I'm happy to have a conversation, or rather we continue with the next speeches.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll replace Nikolai Lechegutnikov for next half hour. And I'd like to give a floor to Olga Balashova, PhD, head of both Museum of Contemporary Art NGO, Kyiv, and her topic of her talk is balancing at the age, official, unofficial art in the Soviet Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Oksana. And I also want to thank you, Center Pompidou and Institute for History of Art, for this opportunity to talk with you today. And also, I really appreciate your interest to Ukrainian culture and art in this particular moment of our history. It's very important. Thank you. Today I will talk about 7 Ukrainian and Soviet artists. They live and work within the constrained social Soviet society. Of course, everybody of us know that the totalitarian system limited the artist's freedom as much as possible and punished disobedience. But unexpectedly, sometimes it provides ultimate opportunity for experimentation, where the artist suddenly could become a leader in a global transformation of the habitual way of life of the society. And some of this project we will see today. The artists we will talk today, their life and artistic practice emphasize one trend. There were no open division between underground and official art. Any artist demand respect and recognition, especially those who don't just execute commission, but strive to create freedom and feel a deep kindness to his or her work. Our first heroine would be Tatiana Yablonska. She's the most maybe titled and established author in the USSR. She always worked in the most ideological territory of Soviet art. It's Soviet realist easel painting. And here the artist had the least room for compromises. At the age of 31, she received the first Stalin Prize for the painting Bread and became known all around USSR. She was academician, taught at the Art Institute in Kiev, and had many honors and awards, in particular for those works. This. She had the privilege to travel beyond the borders of the country, and all this work now are stored in Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow. But like any great artist, Tatiana Nilovna is her father's name, Nilovna. She's never stopped developing her practice and was constantly looking for something new. In the 60s, she dramatically changed her artistic language and style. Okay. Sometimes it is said that somehow it connected to young group of artists she met in Transcarpathia, in particular Lisa Kremnitskaya, but the one we know for sure, she has a strong influence on the folk tradition of Ukrainian culture. Consciousness, color, simplicity. I don't, somehow I lose one slide. Maybe when we transport in the presentation. Consciousness, color, simplicity, and unpretentious the plot do not turn the picture into a decorative work, but bring more life and vitality in it. Together with the poet Ivan Drach, they released an album with their work inspired by trips to Ukrainian villages. Each painting was accomplished by Ivan Drach ballads, and the edition of this album was censored and destroyed. The authors were accused of bourgeois nationalism. Tatiana Nilivna, Tatiana Yablonskaya, actually openly demanded a reduction in ideological pressure, but she was subjected to even greater oppression as a result. To understand how absurd that criticism was, it is enough to look at these two pictures. The right one, the memories and dream, are stored in National Art Museum now in Kiev. Even in its unfinished form, it was condemned for inconsistency with the Soviet way of life. After all, Soviet people cannot live so poorly. And the critics argue that these protagonists should sit separately and not communicating each other. In response to criticism, Tatiana Yablonskaya redrew the plot and made it more modern and add the communication between this personage, and somehow the philosophical parable turned into simple genre skirt. Then she scored herself for this, but the painting was highly appreciated by contemporaries, and now it also stored in Tretyakovka. The second stood, actually, which was the first one, stood in workshop for a long time before Yablonskaya allowed herself to finish it. The next hour here is a man of exceptional work and capacity and talents. Florian Yuriev was the artist, poet, composer, violinist. Actually, Florian created all the entire instruments and strings. He was architect and teacher. He believes that person should change his profession every 20 years, and he faithfully followed this rule. Yuriev's life deserves a biopic. but we didn't have time for retelling it, so you should trust me. But I would only say that his father was genetist and who was sent to Siberia, where the Florian was born. And his grandfather, from the mother line, was a Tungus shaman. He ended up in Kiev to study at the Art Institute after he managed to be a military spy, spent time in a Soviet concentration camp, and also remain alive after he was ill with encephalitis. Florian studied architecture. The engineers especially allowed him to improve the structure of the violin for the better sound. Actually, his father taught him to play music. His experiments with color and music are deeply rooted in his childhood experience living in taiga. The combination of analytics and sensuality as a methodology, as well as first for his artistic experimentation, led him to create a methodology for converting music and poetry into color. That helps not only here, but also to see artworks that are usually perceived only by ear and unfold in time. In this way, you can see the mood of the work and its harmony or disharmony. For example, here is the colored poetry. You can see the whole poetry at one time. Of course, such experiments were perceived critically because of their formal resemblance to abstraction. Also, Florian himself never considered his work abstract. He liked to ask of numerous of his colleagues or students, for example, about this particular picture. Where do you think the Stravinsky, Bach, and Schoenberg on these pictures? And usually people intuitively guess the association. And then Florian satisfied, and he said, so what the kind of abstraction it is? It's not abstract, it's a realist painting. Because everybody can understand what it is. His theoretic study of color was published as a book and also was censored and destroyed. Most of Soviet artists took his oppression for granted, comparing it to the weather, which you cannot influence, but they continued to experiment. One time to the design bureau, architecture bureau where Yuri worked, come KGB officer and asked to advise him the most capable young architect to fulfill the order. And this is how the most characteristic monument of social modernism appeared in Kiev. The Institute of Technical Information Building is known as well as Flying Saucer, and 2 floors of this building were occupied by KGB archive, so they control the construction and give a freedom to the architect. This architectural experiment was authorized and protected on the highest level. Florian Yuriev never saw the Oscar Niemeyer building, as you can probably suppose. Inside the Flying Saucer supposed to be a light music theater. Architect Yuryev has only 3 completed projects, but what a project. This flying saucer, metro restaurant, which is located above the main metro station Krещатик, and also one of the residential districts of Kiev by within typical buildings. Yuryev worked as an architect for 20 years, and for next 20 years he studied color, taught in Polygraph Institute, and then began making violin and writing books. Alla Gorska, our next heroine, was absolutely extraordinary person. She was monumental artist, human rights defender, and dissident. She was bright, visible, and loud. When she entered the room, it was impossible to pay attention to her. But at the same time, she belonged to that kind of creators who passionately desire to co-creation and know how to be a part of team as an integral organism. Alla Gorska was artist who chose Ukrainian identity by herself. Her father held important position in Soviet film industry, and he headed the Kiev, Yalta, and also Leningrad film studio. Alla was already a well-formed Soviet person when she got acquainted with her future husband, Viktor Zaretsky. And they create strong circle of Ukrainian poets, writers, artists who, and they were part of this club Suchasnik, which is mentioned by Lisa. And they started to somehow investigate Ukrainian culture, its past and its present, folk and professional. With Ivan Svetlichny, Vasil Stus, Halina Zubchenko, Les Tanyuk, and others, together they study language, literature, folk customs and tradition. They also began to learn and talk about repressions and oppressions of which was experienced by Ukrainian intellectuals during Stalin time. Highlighted scene and heightened sense of justice forced her to engage in human rights activity. Political activism and life position were often interwoven and reflect in artistic practice. She was the one of, actually this is her family, her father and mother and her small son, and on the other picture she was her beloved husband Viktor Zaretsky. So this is her extrapolation of her interest to Ukrainian culture and combining with the new modern language of art. She was one of those 60s who initiated the celebration of birthday of the main Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko, and in 1963 and 64, Alla Gorska and her colleagues worked on stained glass window in a lobby of Taras Shevchenko Kyiv University. And it was actually official order, official commission from the rectorate for the 150th anniversary of Taras Grigorovich. The stained glass window was destroyed shortly after its official presentation. Reasons? The image is archaic, icon-like, and actually Taras Shevchenko hardly resembled a democrat and revolutionary poet on it. Monumental art often become a kind of safe zone, as Lisa also said. For artists who try to stay away from an annual exhibition dedicated to the anniversary of October Revolution. Also, the monumental art had to meet a task of monumental propaganda and ability to travel away from central governing body, and meant relative freedom as well as sufficient income. This is how the collector of artists, which include Alla Gorskaya and her husband Viktor Zaretsky, ended up in Donbass and created a large number of masterpieces there. Their team work in Donetsk, Mariupol, Krasnodon. All these cities is under attack of Russians these days. All works were officially commissioned from the enterprise of this rich industrial region. Rich plants, factories developed a cultural infrastructure for their workers, and by the law they should spend 1% of the profit on artistic decoration of the environment of their employee. In the ruined Mariupol, there was an ensemble, and for example, here is two absolutely outstanding mosaics. This is a sketch for it, and this is how it looked before 21st February, and here is how it looked now. In the ruin Mariupol, actually it's situated at Mariupol, there was an ensemble of mosaic, and it absolutely, as you can see, was to become a UNESCO heritage. Most of them have already destroyed. It is also interesting that in this mosaic the authors experimented with materials and using not only the usual smalt, but also various of materials, as for example aluminium spoon. This was decoration of a restaurant. And they choose that materials what was they can find at hand. They combine a folk tradition with modern art. And as a result, appeared a new original figurative or plastic language. It was also important for them to work as a medieval art tale that does not know individual authorship, but each author is responsible for overall result. Even when they working on overtly propagandistic plot, for example, like this one, the spirit of resistance and freedom can be read today in this mosaic of Krasnodon no less than in their times. The fate of Alla Gorska was tragic, as Lisa also mentioned. She was killed under the very strange circumstances, but friends and relatives are convinced that this is the work of the KGB agents, but this time remains unsolved, and maybe it will, because all the documents was disappeared. The next our heroes is Adar Bachuk and Volodymyr Melnichenko. They were studied in Kiev Institute of Art, and in terms of practical courses, they went to the Barents Sea in Arctic. During this course, they realized how similar their practice is, and they decided to work as an artistic duet, IRVM, the name based on their initials. They returned to the North several, maybe more times. They spent 7 years in total on the North, and during this period they created more than 500 works about the life, philosophy of the Nenets, the natives of those regions. Now these works are one of the few artistic anthropological material based on the history of that ethnic group. It is important that Ada and Vladimir were not just observe the state's reality. To understand better their way of thinking, the artists lived in nuns' houses, they shared with them food and studied their language and tradition, which was reflected in the duet's work. When the collective come back to Kiev, they started work in Kiev's NEP, a project institute that works exclusively for Kiev needs. The author created the interior of central bus station and place for children and youth. The mosaics created wonderful thematic images, fairy tale plots, and plots of myth. In late 60s, the local authorities initiated the construction of Kiev crematorium. This idea faced resistance in architecture society. The process of industrial cremation was associated with the annihilation in concentration camp during the World War II. Rybachuk and Melnichenko proposed a concept of crematorium architecture not as a functional building, but as a therapeutic environment, park, and open columbarium, place for memory that includes the mechanism of cremation. The concept of the park was born after the artist also, as well as others, studied the tradition of burial in Western Ukraine. The construction of wall, this is the part of Farival Holst, this part of Memory Park. It's one of iconic architecture of Soviet modernism, and the main part of this project was a Wall of Remembrance. Wall of Remembrance took more than 13 years, but early in 1982, actually, when the work was almost finished, party leaders ordered to liquidate the wall as an object on contradicted and the ideas of the party and principle of socialist realism. Since then and until now, the reliefs are covered by concrete. One of the most important elements, actually, this wall was 200 meters long and up to 4 meters tall. After the war was destroyed, Ada and Volodymyr started a grandiose cycle of sculpture that they dedicated to the North. Those are 21 works, each of which shows the link between the power of nature and power of human spirit. The artists embodied their vision to the nets in the unique technique. The people of North are shown as natural phenomena, for example, sea, wind, polar lights, or rainbow above the sun. The sculpture embodies the tight link between narratives and the environment. Ada Rybachuk and Volodymyr Melnichenko are only one representatives of their generation whose heritage has no concern for its preservation. In 2020, actually 2 years ago, was created the Foundation for Preservation of Cultural Legacy of Ada Rybachuk and Vladimir Melnichenko, and now creating a museum in their studio. our next hero, Fedor Tetianich, grew up during the Second World War, and he was wounded by a piece of shrapnel, so he limped all his life. Actually, this point is very sensitive for us today. I find myself to mention all this little sign in biography of artists, how they spent the war, for example, how they spent the Second World War, and what influence it has to their practice. People who know him believe that this feature made him feel exceptional. While studying in the Art Institute, he became interested in topic of also forgot some slides. I think because it was too heavy. I believe, I don't know why. He was a person who valued individual freedom above all. Therefore, he did not really like collective work. After finishing the institute, he also found his territory of freedom in monumental art, but he worked at art combinat for only 1 decade and soon left for the sake of his own practice. Here is his some of his monumental work. Here is the Cossack paintings dedicated to this topic. But he worked, since the 80s, he has been engaged in what we would call today like performance art or art activism, creating installation, recycling artworks from trash. He begins to call himself Fripulia, from the word of freedom. Also, no one actually knew for sure what it means. But the main part of the word is freedom. Follow avant-garde artists, he actively visualized his vision of the future. In the early 70s, he had the idea of biotechnosphere. It is closely related to philosophical and aesthetic system, which is based on idea of cosmism, the infinite body, and the continuation of humanity and parallel life to infinity. It is a spherical construction or capsule. He made it in many ways, in collage and paintings, and even in this kind of sculpture. It should be 2 meters and 40 centimeters in diameter, which, according to artists, it is the ideal size for autonomous human existence. The biotechnosphere is a project of terrestrial and space housing for the human being in the future. Valery Lamach is an artist-thinker who did not separate his unofficial practice. Only close friends knew of its existence and work in a Soviet propaganda system, actually. Valery Lamach is a rare type of Soviet person. He was surprisingly a whole person, accepting all the products in the creative imagination as equally meaningful and valuable. Much of his work is related to the what we call propaganda. He created graphic posters, monumental works around Ukraine, a complex of mosaic in Kiev airport, river station, and the largest avenue of Ukraine's capital. But all these works began to acquire special philosophical meaning in the light of his work. For years he worked for 30 years he worked on the Book of Schem, outstanding study, actually lifelong study. Book of Schem is a theory of everything. The work of Lamach's life. Poetic and philosophical texts are accomplished by sophisticated images. Usually it has autobiographical nature, autobiographical nature. Sometimes it could be similar to parables, but as well it could be reports, commentaries, text about art. It contains the artistic reflection on the world structure, the place of man in universe, and his relationship with the surrounding reality and nature. Signs and symbol from the book, diagrams, can sometimes be found in his official orders. As for example, this is all this hymns, and here is his official order in Ternopil and in Chemist Palace in Kamensky. The esoteric project, the Book of Schem, absolutely we could call esoteric project, which only the closest friends know about, but it's the key to understand the whole his practice. Without it, one could be accepted as a just simple decoration of the walls. Valery Lamach was presented in Documenta 14 exhibition with his Book of Schemes, and his artistic circle was also presented through the videos of famous artist Anna Dauchikova, who was close with him. And the last, our hero, Grigory Gavrilenko, he also belonged to the circle, a lyric graphic artist who designed books. His territory for freedom from ideological dictates was the design of books, just as well as painting allowed plastic experiments. Designing children's book also was a kind of indulgence for freethinkers. Soviet artists were fascinated by abstract art because they were searching for the greatest expressions of form, and there were always almost no prohibition in children book illustration. Grigory Gavrilenko, as well as Valery Lamach, also did not divide his personal search from his work for the state order. He also trying to combine them. Illustrating, this is for illustration for Mykola Bajan book. And here is illustration for Dante's Alighieri Vita Nova, where he developed the ideal image of a girl, of female protagonist. Laconic, simple, and perfect at the same time. Gavrilenko have hundreds, maybe perhaps even thousands of drawings of this kind. And it's not too easy to achieve the ideal, so he need to find that particular particular image. In the end, he found the perfect formula of female beauty. And he, as a result, he allows himself to transfer it to the painting. To Woman in Nature, Gavrilenko opus magnum. He studied a perfectly no Byzantine icon, so he has, we can easily see the influence of it here. The meaning of the line was the main in this study. When almost imperceptible but very precise movement gives a figure character, age, beauty, everything. One of the most influential artists of his generation, Gavrilenko had only one personal exhibition in his life, in the late 80s, in a small and dark corner of the Union of Artists building. So, to summarize everything I just saying, I must admit the division of Soviet artists into official and underground, those who cooperate with the system, as well as those who oppose it, become a popular stereotype in perception of Soviet art. But this approach is not relevant for Ukrainian context. The political position of authors was, in a way, manifestation of their indifference to politics. The Soviet government, with its ideological guidance, was perceived as the weather and climate, as something total to be attacked. So the best strategy was to avoid it, to work with people, not with ideologies, and to look for a place where absolute freedom is creativity is possible. The heritage of these artists is a truly unique part of Ukrainian contemporary culture. A huge part of it now under the Russian attack on Donbas region, and our professional community is still fighting for mosaification of this heritage. So far, we don't have a state museum of contemporary art, and that means that each year we lose some part of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aliena Martinuk. She is a PhD, independent researcher based in New Jersey. She will be online, so let's hope that we can connect. And she will talk about perestroika, inception of Ukrainian statehood, and contemporary art. Thank you. Aliena, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Great. Everybody does too, so you can start your communication. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and for Oksana Pashanov for inviting me and organizing this event. And I truly honor this opportunity to speak about Ukrainian art and culture, which is a conversation which really matters when in the forefront of all these discussions about Ukraine, we have mostly war, but Ukrainian culture actually has so much more to offer than we have to, as the previous speaker was also reminding us that there is so much to preserve. So thank you. I'm going to share my screen and share my PowerPoint. Okay. Yeah, as you see, I reformulated a little bit the topic of my presentation today. And I have to say that this talk will be in many ways based on the article that I have written for this compendium of articles dedicated to actually Ukrainian and Baltic art, edited by Svetlana Bedarieva. And I highly recommend this book because it offers quite a comprehensive overview of processes that unfolded both in Ukraine and in Baltic countries simultaneously. So talking about perestroika, just several days after the death of the last Soviet leader, its last general secretary of the Communist Party, its first and last president, is bringing a lot of memories of very recent conversations, because after he passed away, so many people started to discuss Gorbachev, perestroika, and the impact of this period for the Soviet Union. And indeed, the truly paradoxical nature of perestroika, about which I'm going to be arguing in my talk, also very vividly reflected in the divergence of the attitudes to this last Soviet leader, because for many he is the hero who brought the democratization into the Soviet Union, who did not let any blood spill over the collapse of such a huge a country with a very cruel moments in its history. However, for some, as we now know, the achievement of perestroika and contribution of Gorbachev himself were in fact, I'm going to quote the infamous president of Russia, was like the largest geopolitical catastrophe in history. And there is like a very wide spectrum of approaches to how perestroika is viewed. However, I think it's in the nature of perestroika itself that we cannot have a firm answer as to what it was. And for Ukraine, it was the time when its first truly contemporary art was born, because as we have heard in the previous presentation, for the majority of duration of the Soviet Union, the art was divided into this very clear dichotomy of official and unofficial. But later, when the socialist realist canon started to lose its authority and even firm ground, multiple strategies to dismantle this dichotomy appeared, and Ukrainian art was here in the forefront of changes. Let me show you, for me, one of the very useful theoretical tools to look at this time is, and I would say even the classical example of messianic, of the concept of messianic time by Walter Benjamin, was this perestroika moment in the Soviet Union since, Walter Benjamin used his the own artwork of Paul Klee from his own collection to talk about this concept when, so this angel who is being thrust into the future, meanwhile desperately is looking back to the past, and all he sees are this numerous catastrophes and the debris of history that are hurling at his feet. And for perestroika, indeed, it was one of the largest paradox of its time that even though Gorbachev really wanted to direct perestroika into this forward thinking, into a very positive reconsideration of Soviet project about rejuvenation of socialist economy, rejuvenation, well, socialism itself. Nevertheless, perestroika turned out to be, first of all, in many ways, a conservative revolution, since after many years of the communist project being so focused on the future and ignoring the past, lessening of the ideological pressure during the late Soviet Union meant that many intellectuals and artists started to look into the past very intently. And in Ukraine, what was happening is that Ukrainian artists simultaneously were recognizing themselves being detached from both the world and their own local history. So a very active a search for previously forbidden, crossed out pages of art history began. The first public discussions of executed artists during Stalin period happened, and this obviously prompted a very big anti-colonial taste to Ukrainian perestroika, which was bound to reconsider past very actively and vividly. So let me show you one of the first artworks of the time, which became scandalously well known in the Soviet Union, not only in Ukraine. It was a work made by the artistic duo of Arsen Savadov and Georgy Senchenko, titled Cleopatra Sorrow, and this canvas exuding of this catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions, which actually ambiguously positing this catastrophe again, both in the past and the future, it was it was the herald of this catastrophe as well. So just a little bit about this artwork. It was presented in actually official art exhibition. It was an all Soviet youth exhibition of 1987 in Moscow. And to a very big surprise of both artists, this artwork was accepted. And somehow it turned out that it puzzled both liberal and conservative art critics alike. It was a very big art exhibition, so artists from all former Soviet republics were represented, and it was like, it included more than 1,000 artworks. but numerous art reviews, both favorable, which were less which were published in less well-known magazines, and very scathing critique, which was published on pages of such newspapers as, for instance, Pravda. It basically blamed Savadov and Senchenko for multiple ills and for everything which was apparently wrong in Soviet youth art at the time. All these reviews apparently included this artwork, and it obtained a very big fame at the time. So what we are looking at here? So we are looking at the last pharaoh of Egypt, hinting at the demise of empire, and it is obviously the collapse of Soviet Union was in the air. She is depicted as a horseman, but she's riding a tiger instead of a horse. She's holding a banner of a rod of power. She's in a charging position. However, we don't see any enemy she's about to attack. We do not see the troops that she's supposedly leading to this battle. We also see that she's surrounded by this green poisonous sky and the apocalyptically deserted landscape. And there is an empty plinth kind of hinting at the fact that some of the dismantled monuments and dismantled symbols and ideas no longer valid. Also, this tiger is reminiscent of the series titled Endangered Species by Andy Warhol. And in general, the colors, a bit garish, cartoonish, are reminding us about pop art. So obviously we are looking at some sort of appropriation, at the same time with no clear evidence of where this appropriation is coming from, but there is a huge sense of history which is present there. I argue this a very big, these are the components of what we can call a specific local version of Ukrainian postmodernism, which was born at the time when Ukrainian artists were reconsidering their place in the global art history. We're still dealing with the heritage of the socialist realism, and also realizing that they are about to speak from the point of this newly emerging figure of Ukrainian artists instead of like previously Soviet dissident artists or Ukrainian dissident artists. And they had to present this new quality. And they were dealing in quite a postmodernist way by appropriating some spoils of Western culture, first of all, because I think it was very essential for many of them to kind of claim the place in this global European civilization, Western civilization. And this place is still kind of being argued for and fought for on Ukrainian Maidans, and now in this Russian-Ukrainian war. And in fact, the program, what artists programmed in this artwork was the citation of Diego Velázquez portrait of this ill-fated prince of Balthazar Charles, who didn't live even to adulthood. But this citation was hardly recognized by many viewers, so it was a truly this cryptic message which artists really intended as some kind of secret code that they possessed, and really wanted to initiate this play with their viewer, and being eager to understand whether this code was deciphered. So very briefly, I know that I don't have a lot of time, so I would say that even what we see in this first example of this trend, and obviously it was not the only artwork of this generation, as many young artists of a perestroika period in Ukraine, both in Kiev and in different regions, were challenged by the success of Cleopatra's Sorrow, and many were working both in reconsidering the socialist realist canon and searching for this place of the Ukrainian art in this global art history. Meanwhile, on the background, the collapse of the Soviet Union was unfolding. Another huge catastrophe of the time, of course, is Chernobyl catastrophe. And Chernobyl is the symbol of this after-modern modernity that comes after the catastrophe, as Ukrainian literature theorist Tamara Hunderova posited in her recent book on Ukrainian postmodernism in literature. So we can interpret Cleopatra's Sorrow and many other artworks at the time as reflecting upon this catastrophe which has already happened, and these fragments of history, these ruins on such canvases, we are witness to that. We see Arsen Savadov continuing this story, and I actually intended to mention that what contributed to the legendary status of Cleopatra's Sorrow was the fact that it was bought into a French private collection of the artist Armand, and it's still there. It's still on French territory. It never was exhibited since in Ukraine, and we only have seen the images of it. It's, I think, would be great to be able to see this artwork in person. So as you see, these artworks, they are painted in the neo-expressionist manner, and artists trained in this late version of socialist realism. We're using this kind of free brushwork to work against their academic training. And also this type of painting prompted many critics use the term trans avant-garde, which was the term devised by Achille Bonita Oliva, Italian art critic, as this facile interpretation of the Ukrainian art of the period. But as we all argue, I mean, we by Ukrainian art historians, together with intellectuals of multiple disciplines in Ukrainian history and culture, we argue for the decolonization of Ukrainian history and culture. And I think along this way, we have to consider rejecting this very fast interpretation just by giving such artworks the title of a similar Western trend. Even though this artwork is, for instance, based on our Western artwork, it's a very tiny ink drawing by Peter Bruegel that Georgy Senchenko is blowing into this gigantic proportion. But we should not forget about the fact that even though perestroika was the moment of openness and freedom, still Ukrainian artists were very much detached from the global development in art, and that they were also still fighting the tradition of the local art, as clearly here Georgy Senchenko translating this moral fable about the good nature of human labor into this oil on canvas expressionistic technique. He's also showing that he's still dealing with some kind of still unsolved arguments with socialist realism, in which it was the tradition in which he was trained, and it dictated the depiction, the positive depiction of labor. It was one of its main subjects. And what we see here in Senchenko canvas, apart from the swirls of the absolutely wild colors that engulf its viewers, we also see this very bizarre looking figures of beekeepers that remind us of probably some space explorers. But we should not forget that this is happening 2 years after the Chernobyl catastrophe, and this highly jeered people who are dressed in protective attire could be reminding contemporary Ukrainian viewers of the so-called liquidators of Chernobyl catastrophe, those first responders to the nuclear catastrophe, firemen and military men who were there to quench the fires of this nuclear reactor. And this garish combination of green and red color, they convey the sense of doom, poison, and I would say that these catastrophic overtones are also very vividly present in this canvas, which was exhibited on the next at the next youth exhibition in Moscow in '98, and where already this entire Ukrainian generation of artists were presented in a separate gallery. And it was something new for the all youth exhibitions in Soviet Union, because previously they were all mixed to prove that there is like a singular Soviet artistic style exists. But now for the first time, the republics had separate booths. And there it became clear for the first time that this separate new Ukrainian phenomena was born, and there was still no name except for this borrowed Western identification of avant-garde existed. And now we are looking at this generation as the Ukrainian postmodern art, or the Ukrainian art of new wave, Nova Chwila. And Oleg Holosy was one of the legends of this generation who worked in art squads. It was a very also new trend made possible by perestroika, and who also worked in this very free, hallucinatory, neo-expressive manner, sometimes adding some cartoonish and grotesque notes simultaneously, also very often appropriating this well-known masterpieces both from Western culture, like here in Francisco Goya, also some передвижники, which were at the heart of the socialist realist canon, as those running away from thunder, being artistic paraphrase of Konstantin Makovsky, children running from a thunderstorm, which was extremely popular artwork of Russian передвижники artists, and many of his artworks, they also convey this sense of mystery and some unspoken violence, as this very famous canvas of the titled Yellow Room from Pinchuk art collection in Kiev, which can vaguely also be considered as a reminiscence of Goya 3rd of May. His psychedelic attack of the Blue Rabbits is an allusion actually on a revolutionary artwork of early socialist realist at a period that well, it was not yet socialist realist art, but it was very cherished as the predecessor of socialist realist art. Artists such as Oleg Tistov and Konstantin Reonov, they belong to the group post-national, the resolute age of the post-national eclecticism. This title is very difficult to pronounce, let alone fully grasp its meaning from the first hearing, but it actually also built on paradox, of which perestroika is so ripe. And this artwork was dismantling and deconstruction of this Soviet historiographical cliché about reunification. And of course, here the conversation is about Russia and Ukraine reunification during the infamous treaty by Bogdan Khmelnytsky of 1654. Oleg Tistov depicts this brotherly, the so-called brotherly reunion as an ambiguous event, and the double figures that, like the shadow, the two protagonists, contribute to this indecision whether as to how this event should be viewed from the historical point at which Oleg Tistov himself is looking at. And this historical moment is being hinted at by, as you see, there are two lamps here, which were actually the lamps from the Kiev subway. And we as viewers were kind of imagined to be going down into history, as if we're riding this escalator in the subway down, and while considering this event, which Tistel conveys with multiple artistic media, like stenciled form, like regular, we see the regular elements of easel paintings, we see some dripping techniques. So this type of cornucopia of visual devices testifies to the urgency and the need of young Ukrainian artists to catch up with history and to try multiple styles about which they were learning at once during perestroika. Also for Tistel, this artwork, as you see here in the corner, there is a digital number, which indicates that this artwork was a part of his very large series, which he actually conceived in 1984, which were titled Ukrainian Money. And it was even before perestroika when he started to think about the possibility of Ukraine becoming a separate state. And when he and his collaborators worked in Moscow in the famous Furmany Art Square, they were considering what constituted their ultimate difference from Russian artists in the metropolitan center of the crumbling Soviet Empire. And apart from viewing the past as a series of catastrophes that already happened and they had to kind of formulate their attitude for, they were also looking forward to some the possibility of some catastrophe in the future, and namely the collapse of the Soviet Union, to name one and the biggest, and the idea of this apocalyptic exposure of the truth, and also apocalyptic, well, waiting for some other possible future apocalypses was quite pertinent for perestroika artists. And Alexander Hnilitsky, also being one of the big artists of this generation, he painted this yet another herald of the catastrophe, which is a reference to a Bible and the apocalypses. And well, it's a very complex, if you think artwork conceptually, because it was responding to certain debates about the dichotomy of Moscow conceptualism and Ukrainian trans avant-garde. But I'm not going to go into the debates, these debates for the lack of time. But I just want to say that one of very important Ukrainian socialist realist artist, Tatiana Yablonska, who saw this artwork exhibited in the halls of the central house of the Artistic Union in Kyiv, almost fainted. So obviously this kind of transgressive and shocking moment was very important for this generation, who actually were trained to paint this perfect realist artworks, but vehemently rejected at this stage this need. And we will, in Hnilitsky's own artistic trajectory, he was returning to multiple styles, but in perestroika period, in particular, it was not possible for this artist to kind of spend a lot of time working on a regular style realistic canvas. everything was changing so rapidly, and this sense of the doom and the catastrophe which already happened, but probably still in the future, kind of hastened their brushes. Not only painting genre, but multiple performances, video arts, where
Olena, sorry, your time is over. Yeah,
yes.
Few minutes and please wrap up. Merci.
Yes, I'm gonna wrap it up. Lotko Kaufman also started as a painter and then switched completely to performances and installations. Letters to Earth Dwellers of the Eighth Seal is a direct reference to apocalyptic text. Also some of the imagery by Resolute Edge of Post-National Eclecticism by Olektisel Konstantin Reonov, from great Ukrainian people to great Russian people, also a topic which is more than relevant today. Marina Skogareva, also part of their group. This artwork was actually exhibited in Davos, representing Ukraine before it even became a country, when Reonov and Tistel represented Ukraine there. And just show you how multiple were the heralds of the catastrophe, or angelic creatures, or winged figures were on Ukrainian perestroika artists' canvases. Just show you very quickly this a feast of imagination and melancholy and tragedy, and still this feast of like exploration of multiple artistic styles. This prevalence of multiple angelic creatures even prompted an entire exhibition titled Angels Over Ukraine, being presented in Scotland shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I hope you will get a glimpse of this exhilarating time which Ukrainian perestroika was, both pessimistic and catastrophic, but euphoric and very vivid at the same time. Thank you again so much for hosting me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Oliana. We now welcome to talk here Oksana Karpoviec. Where is the biography? It's here. She's an independent curator and researcher, a PhD candidate at Sorbonne University, and she's currently hosted by the INHA as a researcher here.
So I will talk about collective body in Ukrainian video art. And the goal of my presentation is to show how Ukrainian video art has been going along with Ukrainian society and reflecting on the common turbulences and modes and hesitations of Ukrainian people. So I will start with the moment in 1994, exactly when there was a big argument between Russian Federation and Ukraine regarding their Black Sea fleet and its division between countries. So this was an important moment, and Marta Kuzma took courage and created an exhibition on the warship Slavutich in Simferopol in Crimea during this political situation. And two works were created specifically for this project, which were as for me, they were very representative of their political situation and social situation in the country. The first one was by the Group of Immediate Reaction by Boris Mikhailov and Sergei Bratkov, entitled The Box for Three Letters. And it was a video installation and video documentation of actions. So artists basically created a wooden box with the red velvet inside and put three letters made of brass inside of this box. And these three letters were basically showing the difference between Russian and Ukrainian alphabets. They also created an ideological plate saying, guys, let's go together, girls, unite. It was very similar to basic Soviet kind of ideological plates, but this time it was in the colors of Ukrainian national flag, blue and yellow. They took this entourage and went to 12 different state institutions, saying that they are state designers, and asking people there whether do you have a red corner in your institution? And people say, yes, of course, we do. And then artists propose them to redesign the red corner with a new symbols and attributics. And people say, oh, yes, of course, let's do so. They opened their red corners and took off banners and portraits of their socialist leaders, Soviet socialist leaders, and take new attributes very willingly. So this project was dedicated not only to the problem of language, which the artists are themselves from Kharkiv and represent Kharkiv School of Photography, and the project was addressing the problem of the switch of all official documentation in eastern Ukraine in all over Ukraine, but it was a kind of painful process in east of Ukraine. And this manipulation of language. Also, the problem they discover is that how willingly people are changing one symbols, one attributics, ideological attributics to another, even of to some foolish signs made up really like quickly and meaning actually nothing. Another important project created for the same exhibition, Alchemic Surrender, was by Arsen Savadov and Georgy Senchenko, The Voices of Love, and its installation and video performance. So it's basically it was created by artists. They lived a week with the crew on this ship. And filmed the crew together with guest performers. And the film basically consists of very absurd scenes, like a person in swimming, diving gear, lying in the almost empty bathroom, bathtube, or like men are wearing ballet tutus and like doing different manipulations with fake sheeps, like kind of toys of sheeps and planes. So this was kind of combination of strong male representation of sailors, military on the military space, with female attributes, with fragility and kind of female weakness, if it could be applied this term here, but this was important because this space was immediately transferred from the military power to something really playful and the space of freedom. But this was also very important and showing the mark in changing society from one symbolic values to another, because in many other works in Ukrainian video art and photography and painting, the symbols of bodies and combination of male and female features were constantly repeating, such as in the video of Tatiana Gershunin, Kirilla Chechkan, Comparative Anatomy. It was male and female bodies which were combined in different variations, so that the viewer basically forgot which parts belonged to whom, and sex features were disappearing. Also, we can mention Kharkiv school photographer Sergei Solonsky, the series Body. So he also combines this, creating a combined body which you can't create in this body of travesty and something of unknown sex. So this actually marked kind of important the reproduction of images that departed from established norms. This transcending of normativity, including corporeal, marked the zone of transition from the paradigm of the old system to new political and aesthetic system. Body was also a tool or an instrument for researching the freedom, the limits of freedom, because artists were testing this freedom in the 90s. They use a body as a transcending tool. So the representative work here is by Alexander Gnilitsky, Maxim Amsik, Natalia Filonenko, Curved Mirrors Live Pictures of 1993. So they basically used 5 curved mirrors and played distorted mirrors and performed different actions, touching each other, different objects. And this video exists in 2 different variations. One is soft, kind of soft, and other is jerk, with elements of explicit scenes of home porn. As rightfully Ukrainian artist Nikita Kadan mentioned, that in this period of perestroika and in the post-Soviet works of the 90s, the body becomes an instrument of transgression, of overcoming the disciplinary order through the shock effect of the documentary display of the corporeal, or through the transformation of corporality into phantasm, the object of eroticized hallucination. Also, the topic of hallucination and connection to the context of Ukrainian reality. The other representative work is by Alexander Roybort, Psychedelic Invasion of the Battleship Potemkin into Sergei Eisenstein's Tautological Hallucination of 1998. It is a reformative video where reformative cinema, where some frames are taken from Eisenstein film and with the insertions of their scenes filmed by the artist. It's kind of really with the people are using masks, and these are Odessa's cultural artistic environment, artistic community, and people belonging to the artistic community were filmed here and performed. The film is really brutal. It's it kind of also appeals to the time when the criminals were taking power, political power, and were extremely rich overnight. and when it was some elections, people disappeared, political opponents disappeared. So I think we can watch a little bit the shot of the video so that it is clear. So this kind of brutality is absolutely corresponding to the reality that Ukraine faced in the 90s. The next work is by artist Vasil Tsagalov. Here we a bit switch our attention to a bit other topic. Is like in the 90s, Ukraine was transitioning to the capitalistic model, and Ukrainian television was full of foreign advertisement, and Ukrainian started to do their own advertisement. Their news were fake, so using this new technology which Soviet people were not used to, so they used to see like simple ideological kind of narrative, but here it was different political groups fighting and like owning television stations and trying to promote their own interest. So Vasil Tsagalov makes this video of the real news, and he also filmed some friends of his artistic community, like people who are taking interviews, like journalists who are. So he made fake news and composed them with the real news, and this all was shown on Ukrainian TV, ICTV, a Ukrainian TV channel. So the viewer could not know what is fake, what is real, and based on this work and his previous works, he developed the idea of solid television, meaning that what is shown on the screen means real. So that the screen reality actually forms the real reality, and then the Ukrainian society, like a Western society, started to mimic what was shown on the screen. So in the 90s, in the 1997, actually. Was opened a media lab by a media lab program by Soros Center of Contemporary Art. An artist has an access to workshops in Ukraine and internationally to study different technological tools to create videos in media art. So video art in the second half of the 90s become more technological. Artists started to use black boxes to show projections in these black boxes, kind of creating environment and total installations. However, I'm going with the collective bodies, so also the theme of women emancipation started to be very relevant. And if in the early 90s women also created videos, but the topic of emancipation or feminist topics were not raised, or they were intuitive but were not raised really clearly. So the first work, which was stating or pretended to state a feminist agenda, is work by Oksana Chepelik, Chronicles from Fortinbras in 2001. And in this video, the woman was treated by two men who were doing different actions with her body. So she basically was deprived of her subjectivity, and she was washed, she was made up, she was dressed off, and so on. Then they put a perique on her head, and this work was done in collaboration with Oksana Zabushko, and based on her essays of the same, entitled in the, like Chronicles of Fortinbras, and she basically related this image of this woman to the homeland, to Ukraine, and to her past and present, that Ukraine is treated like a woman who was deprived of her subjectivity. However, and this image of women as a victim reappears in many works by female artists. And it seems that there is no, at this point of time, there is no an investigation of, more thoughtful investigation of feminist and feminine issues. And basically women presented as victim. And there is like a relation to the country in this particular work. So the crucial point in Ukraine, starting with the Orange Revolution in 2005, 2004, 2005, because artists first take their place in public space more consciously. So the example is a rap group, Revolutionary Experimental Space. They made an action, we will rep you, so they went with this. There was a revolution, and there was a kind of battle between representatives of democratic wave going to Europe and a kind of communist wave, supporters of Yanukovych, who was more like traditional and pro-Russian. So in this battle, the group goes to the public space and intervene these two battling groups, but with their absolutely not related to the political situation slogans like every person could be an artist, and we need a culture, and they are wearing this Ku Klux Klan's hats and putting this protective costumes, having these drums, and they get a reaction, a very different reaction from both sides. They kind of not fit into the environment, and at the end, the action finished with the conflict, ending with the conflict between artists and nationalists. But this was the first kind of attempt of artists to take space in public space and consciously take art as a tool of political struggle. In a similar way worked Kharkiv group Soska, founded by Mykola Rydny, Sergei Popov, and Galina Kriventsova. They also did kind of political actions, and as Mykola Rydny said, that it was a clear realization, that clear understanding that art could be used as a social and political tool. And this was the main interest for them. So they used kind of hats, paper hats, masks of their current president, leaders of opposition, prime minister, and was going through their metro wagons and asking for a piece of bread with these masks. So to say how these politicians ask for voices and then use them for like alcohol or drugs, like homeless people. Between revolutions, it was a kind of calmer period, but also artists created works thinking about the directions of Ukrainian society, and media artist Sergei Petlyuk created a work, Dreams About Europe, 2009-2012, featuring people in pajamas and underwear lying on the beds that were fixed in space. This work was presented in many different variations, and people basically were explaining their like perfect place of which they dream, and most of people were talking about Paris, London, Amsterdam, about Western Europe, saying, oh, how I like something there, how is perfect there. And this work was investigating this place of Ukrainian society in between. Ukrainian society was released from their one modernist utopia and was dreaming about other modernist utopia, that this time Western. Kind of Europe was dreamed, and stereotype was kind of taken as a dream destination, better alternative, Europe as a desirable terra incognita, Europe as a great chance to improve own history, as artists stated this. This project also about painful dichotomy between the dream or dreams about Europe and the constant search for own national identity. With their revolution of dignity and their Russian aggression against Ukraine, annexation of Crimea, many artists were thinking of these issues, and on the personal level, they created personal projects, videos, films. Trying to rethink this experience when you lost your home, and how it is to live in other situation and not being able to come back. For instance, the film by Piotr Arminovsky, Mustard in Gardens of 2018, it's basically featuring a girl who is back in a hometown, in a home house of her parents, and which located in a gray zone near their territories of Donbass that are occupied by Russia. And this girl, she is remembering how tasty were apricots, how tasty were fruits here when she was a child. And this is the situation of her past that will never come back, and I think now many people of Ukraine experience, like, feeling the same, and that it is, if we come back, it will never be the same, and whether it is possible to come back in this past at all. With this new experience. So many artists also reflected to the militarization of Ukrainian society, and especially popularization of arms and military among teenagers and young people. So artists working between video art and experimental film, they created a project, Armed and Dangerous, and reflecting on the militarization in the society, and underlining the fact that with this militarization and with Ukrainian people need to protect themselves from Russians, from Russian aggression, people often forget about violence against women, about violence against the LGBT community, Roma community, and concentrate on the protective mode, on their very traditional viewpoints, and the otherness treated as also as a threat. So this group of artists involves Piotr Arminovsky, Yevgen Korshunov, Mykola Ridny, who created videos related to this thematic specifically. And to finish up, I would finish up with Dana Kavelina's video, Letter to Turtle Dove 2020. So this video representing find footage covering war in Donbass of some amateur's video. She found it on YouTube, and she combined it with videos from Donbass when Donbass was filmed in the 1930s, when Soviet Union made it an industrial point of industrialization and development of high metallurgy and so on. And she also put here her collages and performance where she read her poem. So it's a film poem, and I think it's represent the state of state when nothing is clear, when past and present, what we experience now, collapse, values collapse, and it is a kind of reality that seems like a hallucination rather than reality, which is now we see in Donbass. So just to finish up, we will see a little bit.
Что Донбасс — это репетиция утопии. Сигарета пьет тебе колыбельную. Ты качаешь метроном туда и обратно. Ты вдыхаешь гарь внутрь. Ты думаешь, что подогреваешь воздух Донбасса. Но Донбасс, Катерина, это твое тело. Твои волосы давно стали проволокой. Твои зубы становятся гвоздями.
art, unfortunately, is like a reality. Thank you so much for your attention.
Is online. He's a PhD at the Center for Urban History, Associate Professor of Cultural Studies at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. And he will talk about transgressions, rituals, and the search for the new meaning in West Ukrainian art from the late 80s into the early 90s. Thank you, Bogdan, for being with us. We regret, of course, that you could not come, but we are very happy to listen to you.
Thank you. I hope that everyone has a good day. I assume you are tired of all this information as I am, but I'd like to thank for doing this event and for your interest. As Oля Balashova said, that yeah, Ukraine is now on the top of news, but unfortunately not the news that you would appreciate. But still, we understand that Ukrainian art, the Ukrainian culture is almost not present in European imaginaries, so probably such events can help a bit to change the situation. And then now I will share my screen and you will not see my ugly face, so I hope you will have some fun. If I may, I just ask you whether you can confirm that you see my presentation and everything is fine. It was allowed, so I assume that you see my presentation. Okay, it's not completely about transgression. My subject is rather about transforming, transgressing, all that we can put in this trans, but still, kind of when it comes to transgression, very often, as this unknown artist once said, when a true artist transgresses social norms through his art, he's putting his own fate on the anvil. And indeed, it's many examples which were shown before me, they show very personal touches of the artist living through very uncomfortable times, very complicated times of transformation of the late Soviet Union. And normally when we talk about rites of passage, of course, this is an anthropological term, and it's mainly used to describe the phenomena which are not completely connected to art, but I think this language is relevant. The rites of passage usually involve ritual activities designed to strip individuals of their original roles and prepare them for the new roles, and often in the situations which are not clear, historical situations, or during the phases of transformation, often catastrophic transformation for many people. We see these rites of passage very clearly. We see how preliminary phase changes into liminal phase, where the transgression happens, and then there is this adaptation as post-liminal phenomenon. I tried to hide this. Again, I'm happy that many aspects of late Soviet art were already described before my presentation, so I'm just briefly mentioning these kind of thresholds, these important periods when the changes really became crucial. And this was 1986, the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and the launch of perestroika in the late Soviet Union. Then 1987, this is exhibition of young artists. As we've seen, The Sorrow of Cleopatra, or many other famous works were born during this exhibition, or became famous, say. And this exhibition was not the case only in Moscow. It was repeated all over the Soviet Union in various republics and cities. So there are similar exhibitions taking place in the same time. And we have 1989, when the Berlin Wall went down and there were a lot of global calamities. China almost changed, but it didn't happen. But then Soviet Union was close to important changes. And of course, declaration of Ukrainian independence, which basically went unnoticed in Europe and I would say also in the bigger parts of Ukraine. And already in the mid-90s, there was this feeling that Soviet Union gone. But then, as we see during this war, it's a kind of a resentment from the side of the empire, like the Russian Federation now, which doesn't really take this chronology for granted. So probably we see that we might reconsider this chronology again and see this war as post-colonial war, which normally take place when the big empires may collapse or they collapse. This is an excerpt from the magazine, which was published I don't know how to hide this. The Soviet magazine Histoire, which was published in 1988 to celebrate this exhibition of 1987. And this exhibition went into the common attitude of glasnost and dialoguing with a younger generation. So functionaries of Soviet Ukraine were instructed to work with different groups of young people and to conduct so-called dialogues. So let's talk about problems you have. Let's see what you have to say. And within this initiative, this exhibition of 1987 took place. And this magazine, Histoire, two-sided, admitted that till now, young artists were separated from wider social life by slogans, which claimed that we do not have generational conflict in the USSR. This situation led to the formation of independent young culture, which was considered problematic before Perestroika. And then during Perestroika, they strived to kind of normalize this independent young culture and to include it into the canon. So we share the party's claim that each generation should say its word in history, but more importantly, young people will have to show and express the amount of huge intellectual potential that was accumulated during Soviet rule, believed officials. But it was not the case as they dreamed, but many of these young artists like Mikhailo Frantsuzov and others, they produced artworks which were not that comfortable for officials. So one thing was just to invite you to a dialogue to talk about problematic issues of Soviet art. Another thing was how you can basically maintain this art, what you're going to do with it, you know, whether we buy this as works of older generation into official collections, museums, or we discuss or we ignore. Nobody knew, especially on the peripheries, like which was, let's say, Ukraine and then Ukrainian not central cities. This was not clear what to do with such works, like Mikhailo Frantsuzov or Sergei Solonsky. This bestiary series vividly, he was mentioned several times today, and so probably all my colleagues also agree that these people embody specific attitudes and specific feelings of the time, even though these specific works can even go into the 90s, but then also this kind of uncomfortable feeling with yourself, with your situation, with your cities, with your regions, which now become to be different. They have kind of to reconsider themselves during this late Soviet period. This was often visible in artworks. First reaction group or rapid response group, whatever you translate it, was also a common attitude of kind of ironical, let's say, reciting, and then also provoking public to various forms. Like if I was German, it was a very kind of provocative work where Soviet photographers asked people watching their works if it was possible to imagine themselves as being like those who were considered the most enemies of the Soviet people, like, you know, former enemies like Germans. And of course mentioned this work by Alexander Hnelitsky and Maxim Mamsikov, Natalia Filonenko about these curved mirrors. It's often cited and often shown as this queer attitude, but I would also emphasize that this was a first take on media. So whenever a Ukrainian artist who had access to more complicated or sophisticated technology than a photo camera, they would start undressing and doing various bodily practices in front of their cameras. Then later on, these practices would normalize. So it's kind of difficult always to treat whether this was because of new technology and which gave possibility to make strange or special, intimate, semi-pornographic filming, or it was because, so whether this was because technology or time, we don't know. But was this, I also cite this text of Nikita Kadan, who would say that there was this at least feeling of dreaming and hallucination. And this is something that I agree. A lot of these transgressive works, they had the need either to make or consider or reconsider this feeling of dreaming and hallucination. And this was indeed often visible in artworks. Also, these post-traumatic, post-colonial feelings. Again, this is difficult to treat Ukraine as a colony. It was indeed a founder of the Soviet Union and an important republic. So it's not really the language that you can borrow from Indian neo or post-colonial studies, or language from the countries where the real statements like colony and periphery, center would be used. But there were certain feelings, let's say certain colonial practices we can really find in this late Soviet Union, and the certain feelings of post-colonial situation also existed. And here are some examples from West Ukrainian art. Already mentioned Mazov Foundation. This was a video, and I mainly show here video works, not video themselves, but just print screens or screens from video, yeah. And I gave them some titles, though of course they are problematic. So I think this work, Art in Space, the artists Igor Podolchak, Igor Duric, and Roman Viktyuk decided to make an exhibition. Basically, Igor Podolchak and Igor Duric, they were graphic artists, and then they decided to make an exhibition of their artworks on the orbital cosmic space station Mir. And since this was a late Soviet Union, it was possible using personal connections to get into the orbital station and to smuggle their works on the station. Officially, of course, this was not the contrabanda stuff, but still it was it might be rather impossible to do something like this now. And these works had a very explicit sexual character, so even physicians, they didn't allow, actually, some works couldn't get on board. I call this conceptual happening documented on video camera because this is not a video work. So there was no intention to make video art. There was intention to make an exhibition, but outside of Earth, but within the human conditions and human situations. And important, these astronauts, they were commenting on this exhibition and artworks, and I consider these comments as important aspects of this work. And imagine that these people are from peripheral city of Lviv. This is Western Ukraine. It's far, far from Moscow. And they can easily find connections within not just artistic milieu. So traveling from Lviv to cosmic orbital station wouldn't be imaginable now. I think it was imaginable in that period and even practical. The Mazov Foundation, they referred to Zachar von Mazov, the local of Lviv, guy who described a lot of the special things in culture, as you probably know. But what they needed Mazov mainly, they mainly not referred to his artworks, or literature, writing, but they mainly use his name as a kind of connotation to some deviations, provocations, and so on. So this foundation would use artistic actionism as their method. And the idea of making this art in space was really to challenge and to discuss or to think how the essence of the artwork changes if it is taken from Earth, from the circles where it was created. Then there was the idea to make a next step to throw away from the orbital station book. And this, in this way, they played with this idea of artificial satellite, and artificial because this was a fictional book, a work of art, and then they wanted to make it kind of also an artificial satellite. So playing with these words and being conceptual was, I would say, a typical attitude among central artists, central in quotes, of course, or in parentheses, central, meaning that this was the major issue which was discussed among important artists somewhere in Moscow or Kiev. What is the relation between conceptualism and let's say, this warm and entirely activism of Ukrainian artists, let's say in Kiev. So conceptualism was really a discussed idea. In 1993, a rather peripheral artist, you wouldn't find him anywhere on lists of important artists, but in that time he was important because on this video you have a very young Serhiy Zhadan who came from Kharkiv. Now he is an icon of Ukrainian literature and poetry, and he and Viktor Nevorak are reading poems, and the family of Petro Starov, they dress him in this semi-cosmic costume. Again, we have this reference to space, outer space, the cosmic culture and so on. And he then dressed in this outfit makes this artistic happening in his yard. He makes a performance as if he is painting like Jackson Pollock on the snow, because there was already the spring, but the snow was there, and he decided to make a shamanistic action. And this was a really important, also transgressive issue when the artists want to influence nature, which you cannot really influence. And the idea was that when the snow should melt, the artwork will naturally fall into the sky, into a zone of high, perhaps high art, and the work was supposed to return to the ground with rain, marking the end of winter. Very simple, very kind of magic-like performance, but then it involved a video camera, poets, writers, local intellectuals, and an artist who would kind of perform as if being a shaman, dealing with nature. And what we see that in this performance for the artist, it is important to dress up. So this performance worked out the theme of the transgression work of art, I argue, and taking like either on the spaceship or here on the ground near Lviv, it was important that artists are like cosmonauts, like astronauts, people who kind of connect several spaces, several not really compatible, yes, spaces. And then the artist connects these antagonistic spaces, and for this he or she needs a dress, a special dress, and we will see this often in the peripheral, in my region, art, when the artists in this time, they need to dress up in a special costume, and often we have artists acting as if a magician, a shaman, and this dichotomy between nature and culture always persists. And important to mention the role of text. So texts are either cited or read aloud, or part of the fabric of the artwork. So this is again my reference to conceptualism. Artists have problems to get rid of text. For many Ukrainian artists in this period, text is crucial. Again, as in Mazar Foundation space work, and also on the earth work of Petro Staruch, we have involvement of poets. Again, I don't want to go into these poiesis and mythos, the old Greek ideas of who is making the story. But the importance of the person who is making the story, who worked with text, is crucial, I think, also. So you don't just have performative artists or visual artists. They often work in groups, like collaborative. The same Petro Staruch, he would continue doing these performances, dressing as if he is an astronaut. And this was happening in front of the, again, Voskresenia theater, Resurrection theater. I love these titles of these late Soviet, early Ukrainian naming, like Resurrection theater. And the idea was to catch the light outside the theater and to bring it inside with the means of mirrors. And of course, mirrors cannot carry the light of the sun into the space of art. So they kind of, at a certain point, have to destroy these mirrors. And you have a lot of these references to mimesis and the function of art and what you are doing in art. But again, in performances like this, you feel that artists kind of work with the idea of transgressing, transmitting, transferring of something into something else. So yeah, my argument is that in this project Manna in 1993, mirrors were not only technical tools, but they also work as metaphors. And since it is impossible to bring the light into art, or actually mimesis is impossible, artists destroy mirrors and then they collect from pieces again these mirrors, trying kind of to recombine them again. And I find these metaphors simple but very powerful statements. And also there was this idea referring to the Soviet art, because the Soviet art and Soviet artists, they always preached that the idea is to make new people. Kind of the idea of Soviet socialist creativity was to change, also transgress one human from one stage into another stage. So these late Soviet artworks or early Ukrainian artworks, they would normally, it's possible to read them as a criticism of this impossibility of art to change a human being. There was another interesting project made in 1993, also by local artist Lotko Kaufman. He had a lot of kind of dreams, and he decided to make his own genre. He called it videvo, and this is not a video, this is not a performance, not just environment, not the installation, but the kind of combination of everything. So he hired the whole sacred space. This was the hall for exhibiting art, but the former cloister and the church. And the idea of this videvo was to create a kind of some form of social imaginary, let's say. Yeah. So this was a the attempt to make a surrealistic combination of objects and humans also, but then combined with religious statements and provocation. And the provocation, that was the important thing was that he invited people to participate in his project, so they would receive special marks and stamps on their hands, and then they would have to kind of cross thresholds, special covered spaces and places where their steps were filled with paint. And then apparently when they had to return from the space, when he removed the cover, so he crumbled paper, and these were maps, and under them appeared reproductions of religious icons. And apparently participants or viewers of this performance had to kind of walk on God gazes. Yes, it was kind of walking under God because this was a sacred space, but then also on the gaze of God. So he was, the participants were not really beholding or watching or staying, but they would kind of be walking, basically walking on the gaze of God, which was for many uncomfortable. So at a certain point, artists had to make a kind of a corridor for those who wanted to exit without stepping on the face of God. Another interesting project of this mid-90s, which was also very transgressive, was called I'm Time, and it was made by a group called Akuvido. It doesn't exist anymore, but the website is still there, akuvido.de. The group later moved to Berlin. And the description, the formal description is from the website, and what they focus on destruction and death. Death was kind of the important idea for this project. So the whole video, they are destroying something, and then they document these various forms of destruction on camera. And to cite them, reflecting the process of inner perception, understanding of different evidence of life, just physical, and transforming it with no historical subject in the light of certain achievements of human civilization. Explication on the samples of the module of idea and time productivity, their specific consequence in forming new relations, new harmony. So it sounds very kind of Bolshevik language, kind of statements, sober statements, which say that murder as the reality of the inner demiurgic movement, appearance as a result of murder. Unfortunately, this was a couple, and one member of this group has died, and they also believe that probably some reason was because they made such transgressive artworks. And it's very interesting how artists kind of provoke and act, and then they have sometimes fear that they go too far, kind of as if art is almost a shamanic activity. Another important project, again, this all what I show is a very typical periphery, Ukrainian periphery, which is in Lviv, and the project was called The Last Jewish Pogrom, and it was made by Mazov Foundation, and indeed it was announced not as an art project, but as a real event. So each spectator had to become a participant and choose the role of either the victim or the pogrom maker. Victims were numbered and bonded to comply with the rules on the pogrom territory. So they were required not to leave the room, not consume alcohol, and so on. And then those who would decide to become pogrom makers, they received kind of vodka and a lot of possibilities. And it was really difficult and very provocative. These actions took place in few times, and they were always stopped, either by officials or by the gallery owners. They conceptualized, again, as I mentioned, this group was kind of considering itself as a conceptual or neo-conceptualist. And they would say that the pogrom was classified as an element of positive selection in contrast to the war, negative selection. So pogrom, according to Mazov Foundation, is possible only when the people do not have their own state. When the state exists, the people are waging war, so there is no pogrom, which in fact was clearly demonstrated by the state of Israel. This is, I'm citing from the official kind of statements about this project. So the reinstallment of the state of Israel, its wars, made the pogrom a historical nonsense, an ideological phantom, an instrument of moral pressure. This is a kind of, I don't know whether the Center Pompidou would decide to make this performance of Mazov Foundation now, because they are still kind of playing on this edge between what is morally possible and ethically, acceptable. This young art of late 80s, early 90s, sorry, have these, I would say, evident features of transgression. Very often artists, they are dressing up, they are kind of performing. The theatricality is very important. These performances often are played on almost on the edge of carnival, or real provocation, like in Tsahalov and his Solid TV in Kyiv that was shown by Oksana. The importance of text and speech before, during the action is important feature. The involvement of the viewer in the scheme of work, and destruction as a form of construction. But there were also a few more features which are not here. So here we have transgression, dressing up, importance of the text, and so on. But there were also another aspects which basically they were not that visible in the 90s, but then they would influence the new generation of, as I call it, peripheral.
Bogdan, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I have to stop. Yeah?
Yes, you would need to conclude in a few minutes if it's fine.
Yeah.
With you. Thank you very much. Sorry.
I would be glad to stop now. So, I think these kind of preliminary conclusions would be enough. I had much more slides, but probably some other time I'll show you how the open group appeared in these contexts of peripheral art practices. So basically this is it, and thank you for your attention and for your willingness to do these events or such events.
Okay, we have two people. And now I'd like to give floor to Alexandra Trianova, independent researcher, curator, Kyiv, Antwerp, and her talk is topic of her talk is From Circle to Points, Mapping Odessa Conceptual Art. It's about Odessa, as you know.
It's a curious artistic activity in the south, in Odessa, in the beginning of 80s. Here appeared a circle of young artists united with a deep curiosity and will to dig knowledge about contemporary art process, about the system of Western art, and they were ambitious. It's very interesting combination about Odessans. They were simultaneous, had this laziness of the soul till a certain extent, but having this ambitious will, they were active in establishing their networks on a smaller level within the city, because Odessa conceptual artists, what is very important of them, in my vision, is that despite not calling themselves a group, they practically did their art together in very close collaboration, took part in performances of each other, and this feeling of, you know, like partners in crime, it was very about them. Later they are known under this title as conceptualists, but you may feel that it's quite a problematic term if we try to apply this word conceptualism to sort of Eastern European post-war avant-garde. I just try to, you know, to touch this terminology in the way that it could be like applicable for the subject, and not to go with the you know, first best definitions that are just popular. Besides that, I would say that artists themselves of the circle, both from Odessa and also from Moscow, they kindly invite researchers and all the thinkers who are curious about what they did to reinvent this title, to reconsider what that practice was. And of course, if we talk about like Western canon of conceptual art, it would be something different, absolutely, even in material sense. Yeah, quite different than what we can see in the heritage of Odessans. So here is this amazing young people who united in early 80s. Here we see Leonid Wojciechov, Chatskin, Yuri Lederman, and duo Peppers, Mila Skripkina and Oleg Petrenko. They were like fully in this city. They were like young people who were not so well established in the meaning of having studios, personal apartments, etc. And the practice of city exploration was something very natural for them, very from like daily practice. And they actually even didn't call this exactly practice, they just spent time together. When we are like speaking about this sort of friendship and making art together, it came to my mind such like even pop phrase and like concept by curator Victor Miziano, connected with the institutionalization of friendship. And what I think in a dimension of Odessians is that this friendship wasn't institutionalized. So they worked on a very horizontal, in a very horizontal format, making their performative things, doing poetry, working in different mediums. Of course, we can recall like endless number of works on paper from each of them. But it's really interesting, like how they were searching for institutionalization. And here, by gossips, networks, like for example, Sergei Anufriev, he was the most active traveler, and he had like long time liaisons since his teenage years in circles of Moscow conceptualists, and he were bringing like news magazines, some gossips about art from Moscow to Odessa while traveling. Also, you may imagine that today the history of this archive and this phenomenon, that's quite, I wouldn't say problematic, but not so easy to define. Yeah, what is this level of dependence between Odessa conceptualists, yeah, and Moscow circle? That was much better professionalized, and in Moscow, of course, we can talk about self-institutionalization that it's very about Moscow Circle, and this sort of this underground and alternative system that Odessans were ambitious to try to jump on, and to present their practices, their work, and to get into peer relations with the Moscow artists. But I would say that despite these peer relations and good friendship, certain feeling of certain like political views that are absolutely not so evident thing if we talk about conceptual art. Yeah, political agenda is often quite far from the practice of, for example, Moscow conceptualists. Yeah, but later I will show you a couple of slides, couple of works that that I do believe that these works are very important if we talk about like political intention in practice of Odessa conceptualists. So this like contemporary photo, and we see the street Solnichnaya, this quite ugly 9th-floor building that in 1983 became a place for amazing exhibition. For exhibition Kinfolk, I decided to translate it in Rodnya in such a way, yeah, to show this like playfulness. It's not just родственники. It's something like, yeah, more folklorish. And this exhibition is, in my opinion, one of the not points for development of performative practices in Ukrainian context. This exhibition was one of the first of common actions by this group, and the idea was to make such a like home exhibition at a salon of mother of one of the artists, of Sergei Anufriev. She was a visible figure in local art scene, so some meetings, it was like about this flat. So these youngsters decided to act quite aggressively. They invited artists of different generations, of those who were active in making apartment exhibitions, mostly modernists, different people who like making art and live in Odessa. And they announced that please come, it will be like the new work in new techniques will be shown. So the maximum intrigue was on, and when visitors came to see the exhibition, artists met them by couple of people and invited to this big shpaler, I would say, yeah. It's like huge pieces of paper collaged with personal archives, with photos from family archive of each of like organizers, creators of this action. And the main effect that they wanted to reach is to, you know, mix and steer people with the whole story, whole the narrative that artist guides, like pulled on these people, explaining all the complicated situation around their family, who, when emigrated, how it was, and all the personal details that, you know, sometimes are too much. And of course, the visitors were shocked. These Odessans somehow announced their activity, but in my vision, what is very important about this exhibition is the answer to previous generation, because yeah, they even tried to accuse a bit, yeah, they tried to provoke. It's a sort of maximum openness, because you're telling about your family, you're telling your like family stories which sometimes traumatic, sometimes are complicated, and you just want to read off and forget about that. But yeah, this group of artists was much more open to such a spoken word practices, to the work with in a format of performance. And I would say that for 1983, for Ukrainian art field, it was something very important. Returning back to the political agenda, political topics that are like not recognized one of the theme of such circles of artists. Yeah, here we see very evident, very clear statements as in this work by Lederman and Chaskin, methods of killing by flag. So you see here all the actions, all the instructions are quite evident, and of course we like read it directly as an attempt to point on power structures within the society, in a conversation with state, and how much of like cruelties in this relation. So what is this then? Not a direct political statement. Another thing, action called "They will answer us for this." Quite an abstract phrase. It like asks the question, who is them? Who will answer, and for what also? This action took place also in Odessa after one of the like huge storms, when like many trees across the city were broken, and the city was paralyzed for a couple of days. So artists like took a moment and created this like performative thing with like trying to save the city, and also the legend says that they had this a sort of transparent that they like carried for some time through the city. Of course, you may imagine that Odessa is not it's quite a peripheral place. It's like, if we talk with a like vocabulary of periphery, yeah, it's a periphery of periphery in a certain sense, because it's like it's in Ukraine and it's in very south. Yeah, it's a place where like cultural processes are quite specific, and also if we mention like the other phenomena from different geographies that can be recognized as sort of not historical, but such avant-garde-ish comparing the practice of Odessa conceptualists with practices from Balkan countries, for example, with a group Osho, with many things, we can find absolutely interesting things that they really like resonated, but being in such a peripheral place and being ambitious about representation on a larger scene, they decided not only them, it's like this how the logic of such small artistic groups work. They didn't try to launch connections with with other places who are like in the same condition, yeah. Yeah, they were ambitious to get to Moscow, and then maybe from Moscow to get to representation in Europe or in this like abstract West. Talking about these relations of periphery center, I would like to refer to Piotr Petrovsky, who's like whose thinking and whose concept of horizontal approach to the history of art might be highly important for research in Odessa conceptualism. To replace hierarchical vertical approach with horizontal one, Petrovsky proposes to change the approach to local art scenes, to consider their creative activity, and not the specifics of their territories, to which models and ideas are transferred from other regions and countries. So Petrovsky proposes like to focus exactly on like what type of art they did, yeah, not only about like talk about context or some chronology, yeah. Of course, like if thinking through the lens of Ukrainian art history and archive and what is like our situation in Ukraine with research on Odessa conceptualism, yes, we would say that some blind dots in chronology still exist. But my argument would be that by dealing with small formalities, we wouldn't reach the real analysis of their artistic practice. And I guess to launch this conversation, to go deeper than such a simplistic understanding of Odessa language and some, southernness, some, a bit like techie things. I would say that we can start at least from putting to the special shelf of that characteristics that really differed Odessans from Moscow conceptualists. Because, yeah, of course, it's a larger phenomenon, and now we understand how such things in Russian culture may work. Of course, it's not directly about these circles, but mechanism is quite universal, yeah? To try to unlock, yeah, the uniqueness of Odessa conceptualism, I guess it's a step A. And what are like my vision on this? I would like, I understand that it's like late evening, and yeah, our conversation shouldn't be endless. But to call some of them, of course, it will be a certain aesthetics of continuity. If we recall the albums of Sergei Onufriev, his a bit reckless, very, very dreamlike stories that continues without certain dot, without certain result of this narration. The certain aesthetics of these, yeah, could be noticed in these albums. Also talking about Onufriev and talking like larger about work on papers of Odessa conceptualists, I noticed that there are nearly never personages, because Moscow conceptualism is very about like personage, this character that that is created, constructed by the artist. I would say that, yeah, of course, we see some figures in the works of Onufriev, for example, yeah, but I guess it's more like invited phantoms to his like dreamlike narration without end than such a cold constructing of the personage, and yeah, packing him or her with his story or a certain absurdity. Another thing is that the spoken word, of course, had a like very special place for understanding of like such basics and uniting things as this exhibition, Kinfolk, for example. But also, if we think about development of individual practices of these artists, as for example of Leonid Wojciechov, yeah, it's a like man word, yeah, man text, man often spoken word that yeah, makes extremely complicated research of that person, that figure. And of course, this thing connected with the political statements that Odessans were quite open to. Here's another work that I knew and loved for a long time, but how it works now when the war started is something absolutely different. So here you see in 1983, Odessa, Arcadia, public beach. The photo is lonely, but it's like trickiness of the photographer. And we see such a figure, such a, like this back, this like drama, yeah, of this lonely figure looking on the horizon. And the title is creates everything. If you face the south, the Moscow will be far behind. This work was made in a moment when like peer relations and all the contacts with Moscow was like super nice. So it was like nothing to accuse each other for, yeah? And this deep poetic intuition that Lederman had at that moment, it's absolutely impressive. It's absolutely impressive, and also brings on the table the issue of south, for example. Yeah, so they were thinking about this, like think about their own southernness, and yeah, maybe this like the direction for them to look, maybe to look over this Odessa horizon. Also, the city of Odessa is so very different from Moscow. Moscow is it's a radial system. It's an empty power center that is like super frightening, and it's like center is something to avoid in the logic of Moscow conceptualism. In the same time, if you talk about Odessians and the city itself, it's absolutely different picture, because the city is go like all along the beach, and beach continues till all across the Black Sea, and this like psychogeography of their like time spending, of their like places where they were spending time, to make your art alone or with friends in like dusty flats. It's a very different thing than to make it on a beach altogether. They're like no man's land, who is like deserted, not always touristic, and there's such things as a beach are like deeply rooted to like mythology of Odessa conceptualists, and also like to these relations of the empty center for Moscow, and absolutely different attitude to these for Odessians. I would say it's also connected, could be connected with the experience of the city, because in Odessa, the city center is like living place. It's like home for locals. They like pass their days over there, and it's very contrasting with such a hierarchical and strictly organized urban spaces as Moscow is. Here also I would like to tell more about this work. I added another photo of the first exhibiting of this work by Yuri Lederman. It was in Moscow. It was on Nikita Alexeyev dacha, and could you please imagine, like all together with me, how strong this statement could be when you show it not only like in your south, in your periphery, but you do it directly there. You do it in the center. That's super powerful and inspiring. Also, when we using this vocabulary of center, periphery, this quite problematic things, yeah. I would like to recall like proposal of Yuri Lederman to think about Odessa art and other geographies within Ukraine and beyond as connections between provinces, not between like center and far places, and you can go to one from another only via the capital, but to think about this in a sense of provinces in such a Roman sense, and very classical, and it will give very different picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandra. And last but not least, yes, of course, my favorite topic, modification of contemporary art forms. This is topic archived. It's Sergei Lebedynsky, head of Civic Association Museum of Kharkiv School of Photography, and his talk is about MOCSOP, archiving the legacy of the Kharkiv School of Photography.
I'm sorry, where do I make a presentation here? It's French revision. Let's see. Sorry. Oh yeah, amazing. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, the Center Pompidou and the Institute of History of Arts for the invitation and for the possibility to be at this event. I'm very honored to be among such speakers, because actually I'm not an art historian. The topic of my presentation is like kind of more an applied thing, I'm also very happy at the moment because I've been today to the exhibition of Kharkiv artists at the Center of Pompidou. Especially, I'm happy for the artists of elder generation who have devoted their whole life to developing like very experimental, developing different methods on how to work with photography, who finally are getting some recognition outside of Ukraine and in general also in Ukraine. Yeah, I'm representing the Museum of the Kharkiv School of Photography. So we have founded this organization a couple of years ago, together my brother in arms, in arts, not in arms, now in arms, but in arts also, Vladislav Krasnoshok, and with and also with researchers for the history of arts, Alexandra Asachi and Nadia Kovalchuk. So the goal of our organization is to collect, preserve, and study the history of Ukrainian photography. And at the moment, we are taking care of the period from the 60s till nowadays. We do publish books about the history of Ukrainian photography and art books. We also make exhibition. We have an online platform, and the name of our organization is dedicated to the phenomenon of the Kharkiv School of Photography. And actually, I wanted to add that actually we have been planning to make the opening of our exhibition space this week. Kind of. So now we're postponing it a little bit. Yeah, so the Kharkiv School of Photography, this is something very personal for me because I'm also a member of, let's say, third generation of artists, I'm in very friendly relationship with all members of the community, but this is kind of not easy term to describe. What is the Kharkiv School of Photography? Oops, sorry, wrong direction. So Kharkiv School of Photography is a phenomenon of, I would say, Ukrainian contemporary art, which encompasses the work of several generations of artists from the end of 60s till nowadays. Kharkiv School of Photography is not an institution. It appeared in the Soviet time, so the artists who belonged to Kharkiv School were in non-conformist position to the official art, and also to the let's say what we can call a public taste. They have worked in the conditions of censorship. Their all shows until probably the 1994 were closed before they should have been closed. And also I had written a KGB here because the presence of some I mean, how to say it? okay, the presence of KGB was also there. So some artists had the problems with the law, and the aesthetic of Kharkiv School of Photography was also kind of on a border with the law. Most of the artists of, like, especially first generation, were engineers. They were not professional artists. And if we try to describe the photography, the kind of photography, what they were doing, so in the 70s, they have described it as the theory of the blow, which means that the image which was about actually the interaction between the image and the viewer, that the viewer should never be indifferent. So image must like blow away the viewer, or maybe punch him, like punch in the face, they were saying. So it's experimental photography, it's photography on social topics, and one very important thing is that for the Kharkiv School of Photography, one of its quality is that there was a lot of collective action made by artists and group of artists. And also right here, the Boris Mikhailov is from Kharkiv now. Of course, he's a key person of this community. And now, of course, as everyone of you know, he's having a show at the museum here in Paris. And yeah, so Kharkiv School of Photography, these are over 40 artists, actually, and like 8 groups. I have put just a few names as the Vremya group. This is the start of the school. So there is a kind of tendency that one tried to make a structure of Kharkiv School as a history of some photographic groups, which is not actually true, because there have been some artists like Viktor Kochetov and maybe Roman Petkovka who has never belonged to any of groups who were like single artists, but anyway, they have communicated with each other. In my presentation, I would like to just provide you some insights based on our field work, because first of all, it is like, so I'll provide some insights on some foundings which we made belonging to about which could tell something about the context, how and where the Kharkiv School of Photography appeared. And of course, as the Kharkiv School of Photography is not an institution, so the question is how the knowledge have been transferred inside of the community. So we can say there was a transfer of knowledge, and that this is kind of a school, the transfer, like how you say it, the transfer is inside of like artists of one generation and between generations. So yeah. The beginnings of Kharkiv School of Photography, it is a creation of the Vremya group. Oh, I've just discovered this screen here, amazing. Is a foundation of the Vremya group, which was a group of 8 friends, actually, everyone was making a completely different style of photography. So I could mention the names. So this is, of course, like Boris Mikhailov, Evgeny Pavlov, Yuri Rupin, Oleg Malevany, Anatoly Makiyenko, Alexander Sitnichenko, Gennady Tubalov, and they all were member of Photo Club. So actually the beginning of the Kharkiv School of Photography has taken place in Kharkiv Photo Club, which was founded in 1965. And actually with the foundation of this Photo Club is the beginning actually of our studies on the Kharkiv School of Photography. So what did it mean to be a member of a photo club? What did you do in the photo club? So there are some pictures of Boris Mikhailov, Oleg Malevany, Yuri Rupin from left to right, I'm saying. And on the right picture, you can see also Anatoly Makiyenko, who in the photo club in 1975. And they are watching some works of Yuri Rupin. By the way, they're lying like on the floor. Nowadays, it's very difficult to find these vintage prints. mostly people came to Photo Club to discuss some photography techniques, or maybe so to discuss some recipe of new developer for paper or maybe for film. But the members of Remia group, they were interested into photography as art. Yeah, so one of very interesting objects that we are happy to have, like in our collection, is the journal of the Photo Club from the Kharkiv Photo Club between 1965 and 1970. In this journal, you can find actually every meeting of the club. They have put a note, the date, the note, also the list of members with the addresses. There were actually a few women among them. And this journal was many years in the Yuri Rupin's family. We have also tracked down how he got to this journal. It was like after the photo club has closed, it's turned into a kind of a studio or lab, and Viktor Kochetov was like taking care of this lab. He has found a safe. He found this document there, so he gave it just to Yuri Rupin. Yeah, so we have opened this journal on a certain plate because there is a kind of note from the 20th of April 1969, which is saying that on this day Boris Mikhailov was making his annual reporting exhibition, for example. And the name of the exhibition was about the art movements. So it was something completely unusual for the club. He's talking about art movements, not about the recipe of a developer. And also the same day, the Yuri Bratko was accepted as club member and received thematic task for 1 month. Yuri Bratko, by the way, is elder brother of Sergei Bratkov. Yeah, so we can get a lot of information from the source. And the photo club has existed until, we don't know exactly, probably 75 or 76. Which was actually dismissed after the Vremya group, or the most of members of Vremya group have taken the control over. Like there was a kind of meeting, and they became like the head and the secretary and so on. Yeah, another very interesting object which we have, it's a kind of a report on some photographers from Vremya group also. We have just retouched the names of the author of the report, not to offend his family. So in this report he says, he's writing to the director of the house of, to the director of this house where the photo club was, that particularly here on the right is Mikhailov, Sitnichenko, Rupin, Suprun. They do not listen to him, and they do not want to work on exhibitions which are dedicated to some anniversaries, like the Victory Day, the Day of Liberation of Kharkiv, and maybe to some celebrations important for the working class. So, so they deny. So he wrote a note. So this is how it worked. Like, so someone who was not like happy about the art, and there were many of them, and they would just make such a report this time to the director, or maybe next time to the police. Yeah, I've never, unfortunately, met Yuri Rupin personally, but he was at this time one of the engines of the group, and all these objects they were in his collection. And based on this knowledge, probably in the 2004, I don't remember exactly, 4 probably to 8, he has published his autobiographical novel, Photographer's Diary, where he's describing all this context, and we are about to publish it in 4 languages actually with Lithuanian Photography Association. Yeah. So next very interesting event was in 1983 in this house of scientists in Kharkiv, where the Vremya group has first has made its first public appearance. So before this, this is probably the only group show, and also these are the only pictures where the whole group can be seen together. We have found these pictures in the archive of Viktor Kochitov a couple of years ago only, and if the school's history is already like 50 years. In this picture you can see like all members of Vremya group. Yuri Rupin is staying and reading their statement on the theory of the blow or theory of the punch, depending how you translate, and all other like Alexander Suprun, Oleg Malevany, Anatoly Makienko, Tubolev, Mikhailov, Sinchenko, Pavlov are sitting listening to him, and parallel to this there was a kind of small exhibition downstairs. What is like very important is that you can see among the listeners the whole second generation, so-called, of Kharkiv artists. You can see Roman Fedkovka, you can see Tatiana Pavlova, you can see the Igor Manko, Redko, Sergei Solonsky, and many others. So this is kind of an example of the transfer of knowledge, I would say. What else? Yeah, so there was a close relationship between Boris Mikhailov and Yuri Rupin in the 70s. You can see on the left a picture of Yuri Rupin, which is from his archive, but of course he's not taking the picture, and the legs on the picture are belonging to Boris Mikhailov, so he was shooting it by having Yuri's camera. In 1988, the photo shooting is taking place where the family of Boris Mikhailov and the family of Evgeny Pavlov are participating. Now it's called a project of mythology, the project of Evgeny Pavlov. This time probably it was, in my opinion, maybe the first try to make a collaborative project in the Kharkiv School of Photography. It didn't turn into the collaborative work. Now it's a series of Evgeny, but it was a kind of until the appearance of the group of fast reactions, there were no like fully collaborative projects in the Kharkiv School of Photography. On this picture of the series, it's very interesting because Boris Mikhailov, a key person, like the most well-known artist, is like being beheaded by Tatiana Pavlova, the wife of course, I mean, they didn't mean that, but nowadays Tatiana Pavlova is art critic and the art historian. She's writing about photography, and here she's kind of like nowadays trying to behead Boris now. Yeah, another very interesting event which was taking place also in 1988, the same year. So we were not sure which of these events happened earlier, probably this travel. So a few members of the Vremya group and some others, also Roman Petkovka, he was shooting these pictures, were flying there in plane. They were flying to Bulgaria, to the photo festival called Vacations, probably, and here they spent time together. You see again Boris Mikhailov, Evgeny Pavlov holding hands together, and also they kind of had during this festival there was a kind of a competition they had to participate in. And they were trying to stage a kind of project, also performative project, but probably nothing turned out. So now we have like these two works of Oleg Malevany and two projects of Oleg Malevany and Roman Petkovka from the shooting. Roman Petkovka called it Without Violin, referring to the project of Evgeny Pavlov, the violin. So also they were naked in an open area, but this time no violin. Also, which was not very popular for the second generation of artists of Kharkiv School of Photography, the Gazprom group. They made mostly the straight photography without any other artistic intervention. But here we also find some works like they posing as Marx, Engels, and like Lenin, and making also some gestures. Yeah, also another kind of relationship with art is also for example, the project of Roman Petkovka, where he was shooting the naked girls in his small flat. So he made them jump. So seeing this naked girl jumping in the small room. It's like was a kind of situation where they're trying to escape from the Soviet Union. But during this shooting, the Boris Mikhailov was also, for example, present. But we didn't know this before. Like later, we found some work. So everything is also a very close relationship. Was with Viktor Kochetov here. You can see, so we have a lot of works where they walk together in the city. And during this time, Boris Mikhailov was shooting his famous projects by the ground and at dusk. So here you can see Viktor and Sergei Kochetov and Boris and Vita Mikhailov, like in different parts of the Kharkiv city. So the picture says nothing here again. So Boris Andreevich is checking the area from the traffic lights of the railway station. So here he's going by the name of this picture is Boris Mikhailov is running after stray dogs up and down the Pushkinska street. But at the very moment, Boris is taking his picture, like from his book, like from the project. Yeah, in 1933, Kochetov and Mikhailov, they had an exhibition together, which was called Overpainted Reality. Here, they were trying to make a picture, which was later used in the poster for this exhibition. We have found also some pictures from this exhibition. Here's Sergei Bratkov is also present. Yeah, so this is like what we do, like step by step. We have, I mean, the amount of work that Kharkiv artists, Kharkiv School of Photography, like contains, it's so big. We still so we don't have access to some archives. Unfortunately, some archives are lost. But what we find, we try to put in chronological order. And yeah, it's the last example, like of some contact sheets of Viktor Kochetov, which we found in his archive. And if you like look a little bit closer, you see something blue on the prints. This is because they're glued to the pictures of Boris Mikhailov. Yeah, the group of fast reaction unit, which was founded by Boris and Vita Mikhailov, Sergei Bratkov, and Sergei Solonsky. So during the work of the group made actually the first full collaborative project, which was called photographic project, which was called If I Were German. Yeah, so I will not particularly talk a lot about the group. Its influence was very big on the Ukrainian art. Yeah, but another very interesting event has happened when Boris Mikhailov was about to leave to Germany he got a scholarship from DAAD, and just to celebrate him, the artists of Kharkiv made an exhibition devoted to him. They put like 25 of his portraits, like different artists, in the Uptown Gallery, and during this event they have made a performance which was called A Performance with Mask by Tatiana Kulikova. And at this performance, so Sergei Bratkov, Roman Petkovka, and Igor Chursin were like playing the, how you say, like kind of authorities who are like investigating the artist's work. So they're discussing, they are making the pics noises, and at the same time, as a response to this, Boris Mikhailov makes his action stones in the bosom. He puts some stones in his bosom, and then he just releases it, and he kisses like everyone in the room. So there are no any, how you say it, so everyone is friend, like a gesture on friendship. And you see he is kissing Sergei Bratkov, Evgeny Pavlov, Igor Chursin, Roman Petkovka, like everyone. Yeah, so another very interesting story happened about these two pictures. Here you can see these pictures belong to Oleg Malovany, who is an artist of the first generation, and on the picture is Igor Chursin. the artist of like second generation, and on this picture, Igor it's called like Igor shows to Oleg how to open the bottle properly. It's 1991. But later, I mean, the situation was the following. Actually, that Igor Chursin didn't know about these pictures until he came to the exhibition in the Center of Contemporary Art, Soviet Art in Kiev. In 2000, there was an exhibition and some works of Igor were presented. So he came and he saw some pictures of Oleg Malovany with him, but the thing was that these pictures, to make these pictures was actually the idea of Igor Chursin. He came to Oleg Malovany and said, Oleg, can you please pose to me like with a bottle of wine? So Oleg tried to do something, but it didn't look like great, so Igor decided, okay, I will show you. So he made this, and Oleg took some pictures and later presented it as his work. So seeing this, Igor Chursin, after he saw this with other artists from Kharkiv, like Igor Karpenko, Andrei Avdiyenko, and also Sergei Bratkov was presented during this. So he came to the opening of the exhibition, and he made an action. So he said like some words about this photograph, that this is not art. So he pulled out a gun. He pulled a gun and started shooting at works. After shooting at works, he said like, "Mama, forgive me," and he shoot himself. Like he had some. How you say it, like some kraska, I don't know, some paint, like, yeah. So it's kind of other example of like interaction, but of course, everyone, it was not so bad as it looked like. Yeah, but okay, the picture with holes, like. Yeah, last year we have made an exhibition in the Yermila Center in Kharkiv, which was called "The Artist in the Game," and there was the installation school presented. The idea of this installation belongs to Vita Mikhailov, and we made it with Oksana Solop, the artist, and this. On this installation, we try to represent, just to make a kind of a reference of a school, so it looks like a school album. On the left side, you have like Gazprom, you have a Gazprom museum building, you have some horizon camera, which is widely used in Kharkiv. You have a reproduction table using which one could make luriki, like some logotypes of photographic groups. And during the show, some artists came and they have added their portraits to this installation, which was kind of amazing gesture that the school like grows the artists from Kharkiv and Chernihiv. Yeah, so this is actually, I mean, I'm also, I don't know how much time I have, not much. Not much. I mean, yeah, sure. I'm trying to be fast. Yeah, so you see that I mean, I'm very happy, like, to be a photographer, like, from Kharkiv, because you have the context, you have a history of photography, how to build up, and in our work as a museum, like, we also happy about all this. So everyone is helping us a lot, like Boris Mikhailov, like everyone actually, we're still in the process of filling in the gaps into the history. We are still like looking for some materials, and yeah, I just wanted to show you a few pictures. So this is a place like where we have worked, and this is how the reconstruction of our museum building looked like. And on the right, you see like we have actually all prepared everything. And just 1 week before the war started, I was there and I was like putting the lights in the exhibition space. Like since the spring 2020, so in this spring, we have contributed to evacuation of over 2,000 kilograms of photographs from Kharkiv, like from artists, private archives, and so on. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we will not have time for questions because the room is closing in a few minutes. I mean, the INHA is closing its doors. So I want to thank all the participants for their participation. I guess that you can ask them some question in a more informal way outside of the room. I want to thank also everybody who contributed to this symposium. First of all, Oksana Balshinova, who is the main brain of this list, of this great speaker list. So thank you very much, Oksana. It's a pleasure to have you with us in Centre Pompidou. And also Natasha, Nathalie Cissé, Mika, all the people in the Kandinsky Library who helped organizing this event. Thank you very much and see you soon.